Hallo, hallo, hallo. Hello. Good morning, everyone. We are going.
We'll just give it a couple more minutes. Yes, please take your waters and walk over here and take your seats. Yeah. Good morning and welcome to you all this morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Great. Thank you. Good morning and welcome everybody. It is a great delight to see you here.
The live stream needs to be started and my colleague needs to see us.
Okay, and just so you know, we're live streaming the conference, so it's going to start just now. So you're all aware and you have your fans ready, you have your lipstick on, you're looking great because people will be watching. Okay, I'll just go ahead and start. Good morning and welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. I'm very delighted to be here in Chemnitz with all of you colleagues. Over the last 4 years, we've mostly been seeing each other online. We've only met in person with some of you. And it's a great pleasure to be here to co-host the Deconfining Convening that is a culmination of 4 years of bridging gaps and connecting dots across Africa and Europe. My name is Samba Yonga. I'm the co-founder of the Women's History Museum in Zambia, but I'm also a partner organization for the Deconfining Project. Over the next few days, we will get the chance to explore in one space what has been realized over 4 years across various landscapes that include digital and physical, artistic and academic, structural and political. We hope you have come ready to engage, take a step back and appreciate what has been achieved.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis très heureuse d'être à Chemnitz avec vous aujourd'hui et je voudrais tout d'abord remercier chaleureusement l'ITI Allemagne, le Goethe-Institut de Madrid et la ville de Chemnitz qui nous ouvrent ses portes au sein de ce magnifique festival THEATER DER WELT. Merci aussi très sincèrement à tous ceux qui font vivre ce festival. Je m'appelle Vydia Tamby et je viens de Dakar. Mes années d'expérience au croisement de l'édition, des archives et des politiques culturelles m'ont convaincue de porter la culture comme un combat essentiel. Elle est le ciment, souvent invisible, qui est au début et à la fin de tout.
Herzlich willkommen. Welcome, dear partner and friends of the Deconfining Project, here and in the live stream. Lieber Stefan, dear curators of the Festival Theater der Welt, lieber Vorstand und liebe Mitglieder, liebes Team des ITI Germany, welcome, dear fellows and mentors of the ITI Academy, liebe Antonia. After 4 years of working to break down barriers, identify and document restrictions, highlight and address obstacles and imbalances in intercontinental cooperation, and working on bridging the gaps. In other words, after 4 years of deconfining, it's time now to harvest, to bring together and everything together and to connect the dots. My name is Malin Nagel, I'm from ITI Germany, and I'm accompanying you today through this day.
For Africa, where I'm from, in Zambia, deconfining has been important because it created a space to ask not only how Africa participates in cultural cooperation, but on whose terms, with what agency, and towards what future. It allowed us to move beyond being invited into existing structures and to begin shaping models of cooperation that recognize African cultural ecosystems as sites of knowledge, authority, creativity, and institutional intelligence. Across the process, we have achieved a great deal. We have built relationships, tested ideas, created artistic research outputs, and developed tools that can support more responsible Africa-Europe cooperation. We've also learned a great deal about power, mobility, trust, translation, resources, governance, and the practical work required to make fairness more than a principle.
Avec Deconfining, nous avons tenté durant 4 ans, avec des partenaires extraordinaires, de poser les jalons d'une coopération que l'on souhaite plus équitable et véritablement souveraine. Ce réseau d'acteurs engagés que nous construisons à travers les continents pour porter la culture comme le socle du développement de nos territoires et de nos sociétés. Un dialogue marqué par le respect, l'écoute et l'envie de découvrir l'autre. Il me semble que, de notre point de vue de l'Afrique, le défi n'est plus tout à fait d'être invité ou inclus. C'est plutôt d'imaginer une suite où nous co-construisons ensemble, à partir de la solidité de nos propres écosystèmes, nos réalités et nos histoires.
When this large-scale Creative Europe project was conceived in 2020-21, we were in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. This situation provided an important context and reference when we spoke of restrictions and risks. Although pandemic restrictions are no longer an issue during the course of the project, the risks and the crisis have not diminished. And over the past few years, we have realized that in our efforts to bridge gaps, we are unfortunately working against global trends. In the context of international cooperation, it was actually still helpful working digitally and organizing online conferences, and that suddenly became more common. Nevertheless, a festival such as THEATER der Welt here in Chemnitz proves that nothing in the world can replace the shared experience and the exchange that takes place in person. So the desire to meet with everyone for real increased, not only in the residencies and artistic productions, but as well with a partner who are in charge of governance, organization, communication, capacity building, and advocacy. It is therefore something very special and actually also very moving for me to stand here now with Vydia and Samba after we have come together online at least once a month for the past 4 years for the Deconfining core group meetings, and to now truly embody this exceptionally bond that we have formed through our little Zoom tiles.
So now we invite you over the next few days to enter the conference with openness, curiosity, and generosity. The program offers many points of reflection on mobility, cultural policy, artistic exchange, governance, residencies, and the future of Africa and Europe cooperation. But beyond the sessions themselves, we hope that this becomes a space for listening carefully, asking better questions, and sharing what feels meaningful from your own practice and experience.
En ouvrant ces 2 jours de rencontres ici à la Hartmann Fabrik, je souhaite que nos échanges soient à l'image de cette magnifique aventure qu'a été Deconfining et du festival qui nous accueille, inspirant, généreux et résolument tourné vers l'avenir. Je nous souhaite à tous 2 belles journées de partage et un immense succès dans nos travaux.
We would like to express our sincere thanks to the festival team for allowing us to gather here in Hartmann Fabrik for 2 days now. And thanks especially to Robert, Maxime, Michel, Milena, Mike, Matthias, who all set up this here yesterday in the crazy heat. To the volunteers, the people of Chemnitz, Elke and Wolfram, who are supporting us today. And as well for the whole ITI team, and of course I would like to thank the partner of the Deconfining project for making the long journey to come to Chemnitz here and to be with us today. And now a few more organizational notes because you all, you know it's hot. You grabbed already this van. We have a lot of water there for free and coffee and tea you can always take. Then we have a translation app. You see the QR code over there, and you can scan it with your phone, and then you can choose the language you would like to listen to today. And if you experience any, or you have any case of discrimination, experience or harassment, we have 2 awareness people here with us. It's Juliane Zellner. Maybe you can stand up, Juliane, and Milena over there. So they are there for you, and if you go to the bathrooms, there are as well some phone numbers. It's unfortunately in German, but you can also contact them. I think that's it on the organizational level, and I would like to hand over now to Dr. Antonia Blau from Goethe-Institut Madrid, who is cooperating with us, and we luckily doing this conference together.
Thanks a lot. Also, just a very quick and warm welcome from my side to this final Deconfining conference, Bridging the Gaps, Connecting the Dots. Thank you especially to ITI also for this idea and the opportunity to host this conference in the context of THEATER der Welt, which is indeed, I think, the perfect context to host this conference and to share the learnings we've had over the last 4 years. Thank you also to Chemnitz, which was European Capital of Culture, as you know, last year. So I think, again, really the right place to also talk about this level of engagement of what role cities can play. Thank you, of course, to all of the partners, to all of the artists, to all of the cultural operators that have been engaged with deconfining over the last 4 years in Africa, in Europe. And thank you also to the public. And I think we're all here to defend, even though the geopolitical situation kind of goes into the contrary direction and interests are always more local and always more national. I think we're all here to defend international cooperation, to defend international mobility for everybody, to defend intercontinental solidarity, and because we believe in the power of aesthetics, of culture, to help us read our contemporary world and to challenge existing hierarchies, power relations, and injustices. We are also here at a moment when the new European program, Agora EU, is kind of being discussed, and actually the role of international cultural relations is not very clear, and actually it's kind of absent right now. And so I think it's also a way of showing the importance and again of defending, I think, this way of working, because we feel that this is what can give answers to all of the rising questions and to rising also populisms and kind of, extremisms everywhere in the world. So it's an important moment, but of course it's also an important moment to pause, to look back, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and all of that also to kind of to see where we're at and also to identify what still needs to be done. So thanks a lot and have great 2 days.
Okay, you know that this festival, Theater der Welt, was this year curated by 9 curators from all around the globe. And now we have 2 of them with us who welcome us from their side. Faye Kabali Kagwa from South Africa and Mané Touré from Senegal.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Faye Kawari-Kagwa, and I am from South Africa. My parents are from Uganda. I am so happy to be in Chemnitz. I'm really happy to share some of our curatorial thinking, or specifically my curatorial thinking when being approached to, or applying rather, to be a curator for this edition of the festival. And what has become very apparent to me, or something that I've been grappling with, is the size of a story. I think that my little nail curation experiment is a good way, an entry point into how I think about story, how I think about culture, and how I think about formats. So 4 years ago, I started going to a nail tech who could do wonders on hands. I saw people doing interesting things, but I thought quite basic and boring, and this I went to her, and my mom always was like, oh, you and your nail tech, you curate your nails. I said, no, I really don't, because what often would happen is we would sit, it was like a 2-hour process, and we were just playing with colors and shapes. And then the question was, okay, if I had to take curation of my nails seriously, what would that look like? And so I chose different African artists as the basis for what could happen on my nails. And then what happened was like a year exploration of, I guess, nails as canvas, nails as advocacy, nails as some form of gallery. So these nails, for example, the artist goes by Boon on Instagram, formerly Nails by Boon. So this work is by Lungiswa Jo. She is a ceramicist. She is South African and also has roots in Zambia and a few other places. This set was specifically inspired by work by Manyako Mashilo, who is another South African fine artist. And then I love Breeze Yoko. Breeze Yoko is a graffiti artist, street artist in Cape Town, well, currently based in Cape Town. And he has murals all over the city that speak to different kinds of things. So that one in the corner is called Boniswa is Coming for Everything, or Boniswa is Coming, sorry. And the girl in the ship, that's Boniswa, and she's traveling towards Table Mountain. And it's just a commentary on how kids from the township in Cape Town have been, well, people have been dispossessed of their land within Cape Town and are relegated to the margins. And so you've got this girl on a ship. You can also see the Dutch flag, because the Dutch also had something to do with the colonization of Cape Town, being pulled towards the mountain, which she is excluded from. I think that is important when coming to size, because I would do my nails and I would forget, and I'd be walking somewhere and somebody might take my hand and they'd be like, oh my gosh, what is this? And then I could suddenly launch into a story. Or what also used to happen is people would say, oh my gosh, Faye, I can't wait to see what you're going to post on Instagram. It's giving me new artists to follow. So now suddenly something that, maybe graffiti art that people don't notice, or maybe fine art that people are too scared to go into a gallery becomes I've transformed that into a popular form that is easy for people to grasp, but without taking away the artistic integrity. And it also just, for me, comes to this place or this question about are nails too small of a canvas? Like what is the size of a story that I can tell in the space that I have? And how that translates then often into performance. Oh, for the East Africans, this is Sungi Mlangea. She's from Tanzania. This was the first set that I did. So when deciding to, or when looking and figuring out what works to bring to Chemnitz, size was something that I thought about. Often when I would tell people that I'm looking for work, they would tell me about how big their company was or how easy it was for their work to travel, which is an important component. But I also felt that I had the opportunity to do something wild. I had the opportunity to do something big. And so I started thinking about the limits of my own imagination and the limits that would potentially impose on the, like, people would say, this work is ready to tour. And I was like, but what if we had a 20-person cast from Africa in Chemnitz? Like, could that happen? You know? Why do I want to do the most economic thing possible? What is the weight, what is the size of the story that this particular platform can carry? On the other hand, when you have smaller stories, another question I think that you have to ask as a curator is like, then what is the weight of that particular story that you're asking these bodies to carry? Because sometimes the smaller the cast, the bigger the responsibility of like the do you know what I'm saying? Like the weight of the story and the history that they're carrying with them. Anyway, those are things that I thought about. I have highlighted some of the stories that I did not bring with me, but I thought that they were interesting. So this work is called Dwaling. It's by Nomakoi Productions. They come from the Northern Cape of South Africa. So they are Nama people. The director himself is a Nama person who is one of the indigenous people of Southern Africa. And for all intents and purposes, people would say that they work on the margins of South Africa, which is true. But I think that they have such an interesting aesthetic and point of view that if I have a chance to shout them out, which I do, I shall. Yeah, so this is one of the performances, Dwaling, that was done outside in the Northern Cape. This is The King of Broken Things by the Theatre Smiths. This was a story about a young boy and his relationship with his father. These are just small one-person pieces that I was toying with bringing and didn't for whatever reason. And then the biggest show on this festival was Nkodi, the Vogue opera, or it's now titled Nkodi, A Fierce and Fabulous Life. And I was, when I watched it, I was, even in Cape Town, just blown away by the spectacle, but also the change in form. I was blown away. I loved the fact that they had a live band. I love the fact that they had dancers, that they had a cast, that they chose to do projections, that they had this huge set, that they had costumes that were painstakingly made and very relevant to the people that they were paying homage to on stage. And so that was the show that I brought to Chemnitz and contrasted with, I thought I had a slide of Tony as Red Peter in Kafka's Ape. And as much as what gets chosen for me had a lot to do with size. One of the other things that I realized last year when I was traveling throughout the continent looking for work is that a lot of the time people wanted to talk to me about the work, which is important, but the work that people make is nothing without the infrastructure and the systems that support them. And I wanted to just highlight again some of the ecosystem of makers that are doing amazing things on the continent. So one of them is Africa Voices now the Almasi Arts Collaborative in Zimbabwe. They have a festival. They had a festival called Africa Voices Now, which was a culmination of their playwriting incubator and intensive. And so then in September last year, this was the first time that they were able to stage some new new Zimbabwean voices on stage. And Almasi has been going on for the last 13 years or so. I also had the pleasure on my trip to visit Lloyd and his organization, and specifically go to the Matambo International Theatre Festival in Zimbabwe. Ubumunu Festival in Rwanda has also just turned 10 years old, or 11 years old, wrong slide. And then also I wanted to highlight the Kenyan International Theatre Festival, which has also gone on 11 years. I thought that as much as I could talk about the work, there is something that has to be said, especially on the continent, about people who are consistently bringing new voices, training those voices, and those are the places where people get to hone and make their craft. So as much as size matters, the ecosystem and the infrastructure matters too. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Faye. My apologies, I think I will speak in French, if you are agree with. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je suis Ndaïmane Touré, une des curatrices de cette édition du Festival THEATER DER WELT. Je voudrais féliciter ma collègue ici et tous les autres collègues qui sont là dans la salle. Moi, j'ai toujours beaucoup de mal à parler à représenter en tout cas l'art en Afrique, que ce soit en tant que productrice ou curatrice, parce que je me dis c'est tellement vaste et large et qu'il n'y a pas une Afrique. Moi, dans ma tête, il y a des Afriques, parce que je vois toujours l'Afrique en 5 régions qui ont des similitudes et des histoires communes. Donc, Ça a été un grand apport pour moi d'avoir failli dans l'équipe, parce que toutes les propositions qu'elle a faites de l'Afrique du Sud et de l'Afrique de l'Est, ça vient au fait d'une connaissance qu'elle a de sa zone géographique et du terrain. Et ce qui a été intéressant pour tous les autres curateurs, c'est que c'est des curateurs qui sont bien établis dans leur espace et qui connaissent la scène. Et ça, pour moi, ça a été très, très bénéfique pour nous tous, parce que moi, ce que je dis, c'est que j'ai appris énormément de choses auprès d'eux durant cette année et demie, parce que c'est des gens qui ont une connaissance profonde et qui comprennent les choses dans sa globalité, de manière holistique. Et pour moi, c'était un privilège aussi d'en apprendre davantage, de voir un spectacle et de comprendre la source, d'où ça vient, l'histoire qui vient avec. J'avais demandé d'avoir une photo ici, je ne sais pas si vous l'avez, je l'avais envoyée à la régie. Bah, c'était au fait une photo que je voulais au fait partager, dans la mesure où c'était en 2010 à Bamako, il y avait la Biennale de la danse et un artiste kenyan avait fait le choix de présenter, au fait c'était une compétition, donc lui il était dans la catégorie solo et il avait fait le choix de revisiter le patrimoine Maasai. Donc son solo c'était, voilà. Lui, il a fait son solo sur la danse Maasai. Et la critique était telle que ce spectacle ne devait pas faire partie de la compétition parce que ce n'est pas la danse contemporaine. Ça, c'est le folklore, ce n'est pas la danse contemporaine. Donc, pourquoi on l'a sélectionné? Il a reçu beaucoup de critiques. Et moi, ça m'avait beaucoup interpellé parce que quand j'ai regardé le spectacle, j'avais vraiment aimé le spectacle, ne connaissant pas moi-même la culture Maasai parce que je suis de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, mais j'étais très contente de voir ce spectacle sur scène, et puis il l'a rangé quand même dans une écriture contemporaine. La source, c'est la danse traditionnelle, mais il l'avait bien inscrit dans une écriture contemporaine. Donc ça me questionne jusqu'à présent parce que je me dis, autant on nous qualifie de l'art contemporain africain, de danse contemporaine africaine, et si le créateur africain, il ose affirmer cette authenticité, là, ça devient du folklore. Donc, ça fait une certaine ambivalence qui fait que c'est toujours très difficile, au fait, pour le créateur africain, du moment que son marché est très réduit, parce que ce que peut-être on ne dit pas assez, c'est que voyager en Afrique, il n'y a rien de plus compliqué en réalité, pour les Africains. Que ce soit les visas, moi-même me lever, aller en Afrique du Sud, ce n'est pas simple. Avoir le visa sud-africain peut être plus difficile pour moi que d'avoir le visa Schengen. Ça, c'est une réalité. La deuxième chose, c'est que les billets d'avion coûtent énormément cher. Donc, la possibilité qu'on avait, c'était de voyager par la route. Et aujourd'hui, avec les conflits, notamment dans le Sahel, moi, je ne peux pas me lever, prendre la route pour aller au Burkina Faso, c'est impossible. Aller à Bamako, je ne peux plus le faire. Prendre la route pour aller au Maroc, je ne peux plus le faire. Donc, de ce fait, le marché africain devient de plus en plus réduit. Quand j'ai vu le spectacle Nicoli, malgré le sujet était lourd, c'est très lourd, mais j'ai passé du très bon temps à regarder ce spectacle. Mais en même temps, ça me rendait triste, parce que je me dis, dans quel pays aujourd'hui en Afrique on peut montrer ce genre de spectacle? Le sujet aborde l'homosexualité. Dans mon pays, au Sénégal, ils ont durci les lois. Au Niger, ils ont durci les lois. Partout en Afrique, ils sont en train de durcir les lois contre l'homosexualité. Donc, un projet pareil, déjà, de par le coût, c'est très grand. Donc, les frais de production, de déplacement, pour voir un théâtre ou bien un festival en Afrique qui a les capacités d'accueillir ça, il n'y en a pas beaucoup. La thématique, le sujet que ça aborde, et ce n'est pas que ce seul sujet qui est problématique. Il y a beaucoup de pays où tu ne peux pas parler de politique. Il y a des autres pays où il y a beaucoup de sujets, beaucoup de contraintes, de telle sorte que le créateur africain, il crée, mais en pensant aussi au marché occidental, forcément, parce qu'il a aussi envie de faire voyager son art et de vivre avec. Donc ça crée une sorte aussi des fois d'épuration. On est obligé des fois de rendre digeste la proposition pour que ça soit accessible. Et ça, c'est valable pour toutes les formes d'art, parce que moi, je travaille aussi bien dans la musique, dans les arts visuels, dans le cinéma. Toujours est-il que le créateur, s'il reste authentique, bah, il va être comme lui. Il va recevoir des critiques. Donc, on est toujours obligé de créer en pensant à la tournée et à l'international de l'avenir de la pièce. Alors ça, c'était un peu, je voulais contextualiser un peu pour qu'on comprenne au fait la création en Afrique. Alors moi, pour le festival de cette année, j'ai fait vraiment le choix de parler des femmes, parce que aussi la question des femmes, c'est quelque chose, en tout cas en Afrique aussi, et moi ça me parle. Donc j'ai proposé des projets qui ont été vraiment portés par des femmes. L'autre chose qui m'a beaucoup intéressée aussi, c'est la diversité, c'est-à-dire des projets de collaboration. Parce qu'on a lancé le THEATER DER WELT en janvier 2024, il y a eu l'élection de Donald Trump aux États-Unis, et tout de suite, moi j'ai senti une sorte de basculement, parce que là, on est rentré dans une phase de diriger au fait des murs et chacun veut se protéger de l'autre. Et du coup, ça m'a vraiment interpellée et j'ai été très sensible par les artistes qui font le choix au fait de collaboration. Parce que la collaboration, c'est quelque chose de très, très risqué au fait, parce que ça demande beaucoup de subtilité et de vulnérabilité, parce qu'il faut accepter de sortir de sa zone de confort, de rencontrer l'autre, d'accepter la proposition. Donc c'est un deal. Et moi je me dis ce dialogue est très intéressant dans la mesure où c'est le moment où le monde a vraiment besoin de la rencontre et aussi de l'échange. Après voilà tous les sujets aussi qui sont liés au changement climatique, ça c'est des choses vraiment qui m'ont intéressé dans la démarche. Et je pense que peut-être 2 ans en arrière, ou bien si le festival se tenait dans 2 ans à venir, j'aurais certainement envie de montrer autre chose et de raconter autre chose. Et c'est là aussi je voulais en fait m'attarder un peu dessus, parce que je me dis on a fait le choix, parce que le curateur c'est qui? C'est la personne qui décide de qui vient sur scène. C'est un pouvoir en réalité, parce que le curateur il a le choix d'orienter sa vision par rapport à sa sensibilité. Et c'est ça qui est intéressant, parce que ce soit le curateur, que ce soit les artistes, personne ne crée à partir de rien. Chacun est sensible différemment. Et le groupe avec les 9 curateurs, c'est ce que j'ai senti et ce qui m'a beaucoup plu. Parce qu'on n'avait pas... et c'est normal au fait aussi, on ne peut même pas avoir les mêmes approches, ni la même sensibilité. Et ça a rendu la proposition aussi assez diverse et variée. Et je pense que c'est ça qui explique un peu aussi qu'on voit de manière assez large toute la proposition et les thématiques et les sujets abordés. Ça, peut-être, c'est une des choses que je voulais préciser. Et pour finir, au fait, je vais juste préciser que c'est une intention, au fait. C'est une intention et une volonté. Donc, tout au long du processus, il y a une volonté commune de partager des choses. Et c'était très agréable. Moi, vraiment, je n'ai pas senti en aucun moment le manque d'écoute ou bien de sensibilité par rapport aux autres. J'ai toujours vu un engagement et une oreille attentive à la proposition et la confiance. Parce que je pense que c'est ça aussi qui a fait que ça a été plus ou moins facile, c'est qu'on se faisait confiance. Parce que moi, la Shristi qui vient de l'Inde, elle ne peut pas me proposer des choses et que j'ai des doutes là-dessus. Parce que je me dis, elle est de l'Inde, elle connaît sa zone géographique, la scène culturelle. Si elle juge que ce spectacle doit être ici, c'est que ça se justifie. Donc je pense qu'il y avait aussi cette confiance, sachant que ça t'implique. Parce qu'on a fait chacun de nous des propositions, mais la proposition de Johan, ça m'implique aussi, parce que c'est dans le même programme. Et cette confiance-là a été déterminante, parce que c'est ça qui nous a permis de travailler dans un cadre de respect et ce qui a donné ce programme que vous voyez aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Faye and Mani, to give us this glimpse into your curational approach and the context, artists, and the things you brought into the curational process of this festival. So, as I said, we are now at the very end of a 4 years project, and as you can imagine, in this 4 years, we had a lot of outcomes, artistic outcomes. We had a lot of podcasts which were produced. You can actually listen later to them in this media cube over there. There's a listening station inside of this media cube. We had videos, we had artistic residencies, we later talk about that in a panel, and we had short movies, and you can go into this so-called curtain space, and there we have an exhibition with some of the insights to the artistic projects which were realized during that project. And we have a lot of studies and reports which were written towards also policy and to bring in policy recommendation and for advocacy. You can scan a QR code over there in this lounge. We have these studies all printed, and you can read them later. And one big topic in all these studies is, of course, the topic of mobility, because if you have intercontinental exchange, everyone needs to travel, and of course, the people from and our partner from the African countries, they are facing a lot of obstacles in that. And we have partners who were constantly doing research about that and dealing with the topic. And now they are here, and they give us short insight into the studies, which were like 4 studies out of, you can read later more over there. We have Marie Lesourd from Culture Funding Watch, Wafa Belgacem, who's unfortunately not here with us, but she sent us a video which she will where she will present their study later from Culture Funding Watch, and Barbara Novotná from the Czech Culture Institute. If you have questions to them, note them down, because afterwards we will go straight away to conversation rounds, 4 conversation rounds here in the space. We will be in the conversation rounds, and you can ask the questions which maybe come up now when you listen to them, straight away to them in the smaller rounds. The first person who is coming now is Marie, and you can then afterwards is Wafa, and then Barbara. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I don't see everybody when I sit, but we will stand after. Hello, hello. Good morning. So I am Marie, and this is Barbara. Thank you very much, Malin, for the introduction. As Malin was saying, unfortunately, Wafa Belgacem from Culture Funding Watch couldn't make it. She has now a new work in Kenya, and we are very happy for her. So she sent a video that, if I am good with, so you can see her on the screen, and I hope that it works also online. So maybe we will give well, sorry, I was a bit too fast. Or maybe it was you, I don't know. But maybe we give the floor first to Wafa, that will explain about not only the mapping, but also the website on which they have been working in relation with mobility, support, and accessible information for artists and cultural professionals on the African continent. And after, with Barbara, we will share a little bit about our publication as well. Is that okay? So we can start the video. Thank you, Maxime. I don't touch.
Hello, deconfining partners. My name is Wafa Belgacem. Our work package included basically 3 main outcomes or deliverable. One of which it's an open source portal that is kind of a one-stop shop information sharing on mobility, facilitating mobility, access to finance, infrastructure, legislation, and everything. So let me start to share with you the first outcome, which is the mobility portal, which is called Africa Mobility Info Point.com. It's in 4 languages. We're gonna see it together. So as you can see, this is the landing page of the portal. It's in 4 languages: Portuguese, Spanish, English, and French. So the portal is designed on an interactive map where every country on the map has the full profile and information. So you can see, I can click on the map, and then you have 4 or 5, you can see on the right side of the map, different sub pages where you can have the country profile, and then when you click, you can have all the like movement or mobility information, population, etc. The second is visa check. So it's a tool that makes it very easy for you to check what are the visa requirements wherever you come from or whatever is your nationality to any African country. The third is related to information on infrastructure. So you can see here, these are the main art spaces, the main creation spaces in the host country, making it easier for everyone to know where you can produce, where you can go, where you have create, or where you can connect with the creative scene in that given country. You have also a section dedicated to resources. We call it resources, which are all information related to legislations, taxes, any specific requirements related to you coming in or out from that country to perform, to create, or just to connect and network. And then we have a section dedicated to mobility funders. So you can see we have tried to also, in the process of the study and research, to identify as much as we can local resources, whether it is private or governmental, etc. So you can see here we have local funders and international funders. Then you have the events. It's basically a quick overview of the major artistic, creative events in that country, summits, conferences, biennale, and that kind of things. So as you can see, and this has been applied to all African countries on this map. So the idea for the platform is to ease the process, have one information place to share those kind of information. The way also we have designed it to be very basic, to be very simple to update. It's part of our strategy for its sustainability. What we are also doing to make sure that it's keep running, it's also linked to the website of Cultural Funding Watch. You know, Cultural Funding Watch, our core mission is to facilitate access to resource and information when it relates to the cultural creative industries in Africa. So that activity will not stop with the deconfining. So we have been always sharing information on funding and opportunity on art spaces in Africa, and we'll keep doing it anyway. The second deliverable, it's the study. It's a continental study on mobility in Africa, in and out, national and international mobility. That study has been implemented over 2 main stages, or using a hybrid methodology, where we relied on over 8 African experts. We tried to have sub-regional representation. Desk research is really mapping, so we could benefit from their own connections, expertise, knowing who are the people we should approach to for either for the interviews later or for collecting information and knowing what's going on. Then we launched, based on that feedback or that collected data, we launched a continental questionnaire. We have collected over 600 responses, and we have conducted around 20 to 30 individual interviews each. So for that study, the purpose was to challenge the general perception we have on mobility in Africa. I was saying, yeah, we know it's not easy, it's difficult, and we have all those issues and barrier with the prices, with the security, with the access to airlines, etc. However, we couldn't really believe that there is nothing done by local stakeholder. We couldn't be totally satisfied with the way that kind of contribution had been either, I don't know, not judged, but evaluated or appreciated. Let me share with you now some of the preliminary findings of the study. I'm going to share, the study has been, divided in like kind of sub-components. So we have tried to look at it also from the perspective of what are the most visited, what are the hubs, what are the most looked destination out from Africa and somewhere else in the world. We tried to also to look at the access to funding, of course, but we also try to look at it from the sub-region. Are there disparities? Are there differences? So for the few who were lucky and were able to access mobility, we wanted to know how well constructed that opportunity. I mean, for example, for really to benefit from mobility, it's not only one trip a year or participating in one festival a year. It's how many times you've been able to go, even in the same place. It's also how long you've been able to stay. So this kind of indicator or data, which I'm going to share with you right now, some of those statistics. So on the global level, like the whole respondent, we have a majority of no when we ask it, have you had access to mobility? However, that no is not big. 56% did not access to mobility funding or support versus 43%. So the yes or no are not very far. But when we look at it from the sub-regional perspective, we see some differences. For example, the no in the Afrique de l'Ouest, West Africa, it's much higher. Also a big gap we can notice in East Africa, while Northern Africa and Central Africa, the disparity, it's not that big. So it's, for example, in Northern Africa, it's basically equally 50% of the respondents had access to mobility. And we continue questioning not only the information about have you been access mobility, but also, as I said, the quality. So we looked at it from the duration side. And then, as you can see from the graph, the duration side, it shows that like almost 60% from the respondents have a duration of, per mobility, I mean, a duration that is less than 10 days. With our interpretation, that means that most of the available support to mobility, it's not toward creation. It's not about co-creation. You don't create, you want to go for a residency. Sometimes it's usually more than that. So it looks like most of the mobility is related to, and we'll see later, you can see later in another graph, that is the most, let's say, mobile related or mobility related activity in Africa is conferences, workshops, training, not creation or touring. Interesting. So we also tried to look at it from, again, still in the qualitative side, the number of countries visited. It's important for an artist to widen its horizon. So when we looked at the responses, very, very revealing. 82% have not visited more than 5 countries. And the number drops to less than 1%, actually 1%, when you are between 20 and 30, over 20 countries visited. That also reveals the qualitative side of the mobility. So because we do believe that it's not only about being able to move somewhere, it also being able to move in the right and the good condition to enable the right networking, the right absorption or inspiration, and the right work. And the frequency is as much important as the duration of stays. So as you can see, this is the graph I told you that it confirmed our interpretation of the number. So if you look at when we ask people what are the highest purposes of your mobility experiences, so participation to festivals comes very high, the highest, followed closely by education capacity building, comes exchange and network, and then in the fourth ranking, comes residency to only 11%. So that's also revealing on a gap actually. Support to creation is important, and my interpretation that is related to the way it's funded. Staying more requires more investment, and when we have, in majority of the cases, a sector that is funded with international aid, there is the restricted budgets. We all know that we want much more, the highest number of beneficiaries with the minimum amount of budget. So that reflects on what is the purpose, and it's very obvious from the graph that the performing arts are the one that the sector that benefits the most from mobility, followed by visual arts, and then audiovisual, while edition and the heritage sector is really finding it's very difficult to access resources. And that's interpretation is obvious in terms of that historically the exchanges are focused on attending festivals, attending forums, because they have been always acting or have been used as a catalyst for gathering exchange and visibility for the artists. And so that shows naturally the sectors that have. We also played, I like playing with data, so we also played with trying to understand if there is a relation, for example, between age between age and access to mobility. So if you look at these graphs here, it's really interesting to see that, of course, it's obvious, the tranche d'âge that has access to mobility is, of course, 30 to 40, which corresponds to the beginning of the maturity of the artist and its attractiveness, and therefore its ability to be invited and to be solicited to participate in forums and conferences, etc. But what is very interesting is that numbers, how it drops drastically just for 1 decade later. Like for the 50 plus, there is very little support, and I think, of course, that's a reflection of, again, because most of those mobility are funded by international funder, and so they follow international, priorities like youth support, etc., and of course follow the youth age, let's say, segmentation. But this is something to question, saying, okay, the demography of the world has changed. So when you are 50 today, you are still highly active. And then here we see that the mature artist, the one who really needs to be in a push, and they are maybe starting to position on the market, especially in the fine arts. There they find themselves not supported. They don't have access. We looked also at it from the national mobility also. So what are the priority objectives or motivation for intra-mobility? And as you can see from the graph, comes equal networking and collaboration, followed by training, apprenticeship, market opportunity, and economic impact come basically at the end. And again, you can see here that the creation and inspiration drops to 9%. And that's also, I would use it as an advocacy and policy, public policies influencing. If there is not enough support, if we don't, encourage it, even trigger, push for it, to give people the time and the means to go and get inspired by their own culture, arts, traditions. So now I will conclude with the case studies. There were two, so as I told you, the best practice. One is from Niger. What we loved about the Niger best practice is that the philosophy of trying to find a solution with the little they have. So the Niger government and the unit in charge of managing a small mobility fund, we're thinking, how can we maximize? So usually the logic of managing those kind of funds is like, okay, I have a little budget every beginning of the year. I launch a call and I give it to 4 or 5 artists, and that's over. I stay and wait and pray for the next year to have the same budget or a little bit bigger. This time they said, why don't we invest it into buying instead a bus and the 4x4 and put that at the disposal of artists. So in Niger, artists can apply not to get money to buy a flight ticket to go to a festival or a biennale. They apply to have at disposal that bus for the duration of their mobility, plus the driver to go. So from Niger to Fespaco in Burkina Faso or in Festival de Ségou in Mali. And that's the most sustainable way, so because that bus goes and comes back and wait for the next users. I think this is an extremely very interesting best practice and could very easily be scaled in the continent. It's a very, very sustainable, low-cost, eco-friendly mobility support to sub-regional. The second case study is, it's here, it's Morocco. Why I chose Morocco? Because we wanted to document a funding model that is 100% supported by local resources, local philanthropists who fund and support a fund without interfering in it. So they have trusted an organization which is called Africa Art Line. Hello, Rita. And they completely pull out. So there is this kind of trust and collaboration between private funders, local Moroccan funders, and an art entity. And I think that is also a very good example, and that brings hope, because I do honestly believe personally that the future of funding not only mobility on our continent, but everything else, cultural sovereignty, sustainability, priority, relevance, will only be possible when we rely more on local resources, less on international resources. And so I don't want to take more time talking. Again, thank you so much for your trust.
Thank you very much, Wafa. And even through the video, you can see that Wafa is very dynamic and very engaged, and also very engaged. I think this was also the key message that she conveyed, that in the end, into also looking at local type of support in order to develop not only cultural mobility support, but also infrastructure type of support for the arts and cultural sector. And she's also, through the Culture Funding Watch platform, very much involved into strengthening the cultural and creative industry on the African continent. So we continue our little introduction. So Wafa had a little bit more time because she was online and she's not here. But we will be shorter with Barbara. I will give the word to Barbara, who works for the Czech Cultural Center, but she's also particularly in charge of what we call the Czech Mobility Info Point. So we have different info points here, including the German info point in the room, touring artists. And I will pass the word to Barbara to introduce the publication that they coordinated with a particular focus on the cultural mobility flow between the African continent and Eastern and Central European country, and how they could be, strengthened also in the future.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Malin and Milena and whole team of ITI for organizing this, because we really learned during the deconfining project that personal meetings are quite essential for sustainability of future cooperation. I'm afraid I will have to stand so that I can see a bit of the PowerPoint that I prepared for you today. Okay, I'll try my best not to. Yes, Czech Cultural Institute, that's where I work. And it used to be Arts and Theatre Institute when we started the project. And so this was quite a challenge to be transforming into a new institution while still working on it, because we also work for the project with Pavla Iver, who is also here, and she will be hosting one of the roundtables about sustainable cooperation. So we worked on a study together. But the study was not our only deliverable. We also did the presentation or a panel discussion at the Prague Quadrennial in 2023, where Marie was hosting the session on the visa issues, actually, which is the main topic, one of the main topics, as you already understood, of the whole project. The session is still available on YouTube. If you're interested, I believe you will have the presentation afterwards, so you can check it. And we also were part of the conference in Dakar, Beyond Horizons, that was organized in the frame of the Decompining project, but also from extra funds. And we believe this was really crucial point for us for the project because, as I mentioned, personal meetings were essential for us. And it felt quite weird to do research on African continent without having a direct experience with any culture cooperation. Like now I'm talking about ourselves as an institute with any cultural institutions or with a continent itself. So this is it. We published a study called Fragments, Culture Cooperation Between the African Continent and the States of Central and Eastern Europe. And it's a social historical context mapping of existing projects and obstacles. It's long, it's over 50 pages, but there is a summary you can read. And actually we thought it would be much shorter, but then we learned that we are lacking any data from the region, any data from the Czech Republic, any previous research that we could build on. So our journey was much bigger than we expected, because we actually thought we would cooperate with some researchers in Czech Republic or with the region that would write it for us. And there are no such researchers, because culture cooperation is it's a theme that were not researched. And also we learned, as was mentioned here, that we don't have one Africa. Africa has many faces, many language varieties, many regions. And if there are some researchers or specialists, they would be focusing on various language areas, be it Portuguese, be it French, or English or German. So, of course, respecting the boundaries of former colonial past. What we did, sorry, to check. I already mentioned it, yes. We provided the social historical context in opening essays. Then we did mapping of existing cultural projects and policy frameworks that actually frame the cooperation, the ecosystem. And we then map or named barriers of cooperation, opportunities that we have in Central and Eastern Europe with the African continent. Yes, the QR code gets you to resources at the InfoPoint webpage that I run, and you can download the study if you want. The QR code is also here. So actually, Fragments, we learned that the cooperation with the African continent is fragmented, and we also use it as an approach to the study of the structure. So we actually created a mosaic. So it's not just one compact text, but we provided various pieces of mosaic that together builds the picture that we have. So through a discourse to historical context, framing it with mapping of cultural politics, not only in Czech Republic, but also in a region through a roundtable with deconfining partners and other cultural institutions or representative of cultural institutions from the region, from Slovenia, from Baltic states, and other states involved in a project. We had discussions to compare what we learned in Czech Republic, and we learned that the situation is absolutely similar or identical in other countries. So it was confirmed. And as I mentioned, it's long, but we have summary there. So I will share some key findings or what we learned. in a Central and Eastern Europe, we are lacking colonial past, but it's a disadvantage, but at the same time, it complicates current cultural relationships because we are lacking any infrastructure at the continent, and we are lacking any direct contact with the continent. We are not present at the continent at all. So we have embassies, not in all the countries, but in some of them. But we are lacking Czech centers. Czech center network is something like the Goethe-Institut or Institut Français. We are having them in 54 countries, and only one of them is in African continent, in Cairo. So we are lacking bridges that we can cross to build the cooperation on. And we are depending on Western European structures and Western European institution willingness to work with us and share their contacts and their networks with us. Yes, cooperation does exist, but not as a system. We cannot talk about functional ecosystem. We are talking here about very devoted individuals that are working despite all the systematic barriers, and we are talking here about systematic racism, about lack of funds, because since we don't have these bridges, we don't have this relationships. There are no funding programs that would like to fund the cooperation. So you have to be very devoted to work as a volunteer to try to cooperate with Africa. And since it's very far and it's quite expensive, it's very difficult. You have to have very good production skills to bring artists from the continent to overcome all those administrative barriers that we are talking about. So obviously the main barrier visa issues, lack of funding and lack of knowledge. And we are talking here about kind of a vicious circle because African history or contemporary context is not part of the curriculum at schools, not even at artistic universities. So we are lacking contact, we are lacking news. So if you don't know about something, you cannot be interested in it, and you're not developing any cooperation. And since we don't have to deal with historical burdens, it's not part of the public discourse. So you don't know what's happening there, you don't have funds for it, and if you want to cooperate with African institutions, artists, curators, it's very difficult. Full stop. But we are not giving up. For us as a Czech Cultural Center, the project opened door to very interesting network because we are still in touch with all the partners. We are sharing WhatsApp chats and we are sharing opportunities of cooperation in the regions. As Czech Cultural Institute, it's quite a big institution. It has over 100 employees and it's focusing on amateur theater, on a Czech expert office for music or theater. We have theater archives. We do support Czech cultural scene through capacity building programs, and we are a network organization providing information to the Czech cultural scene via very vivid newsletter called CultureNet that has over 16,000 people that we reach every week with the information. So everything that we learn from our partners, we do share it through these networks. So we try to change the narrative and the lack of presence of news from the continent. So we want to have it present more in our channels. As I mentioned, being in Dakar opened the door for us for cooperation with Vydia Tamby, that is here with us today, and also with the Czech embassy in Dakar. So the ambassador Hanna Trousilova, or consul Hanna Trousilova, is now quite active in helping us with building this bridge, at least with Senegal. And Pavla, who is not part of the Czech Culture Institute, is now part of a Academy of Fine Arts in Prague and is working on opening Erasmus program in Dakar. So this is one example of a legacy. Since we are information mobility point, part of the On the Move network. We are tend to focus more on visa issues. That's why we published a Czech translation of this international mobility of artists and culture professionals, the lexicon. And actually, also with the help of Hanna Trousilova, the Embassy of Dakar, we want to get in touch with embassies and help them understand the specifics of work in a cultural sector. And PQ 2027, that's another opportunity for a follow-up. You can save the date. Prague Quadrennial is the biggest event focusing on a stage design. It's exhibition/festival, but it's also a very vivid community of theater makers, and for its great international platform. And now they are celebrating 60 years, and they are focusing on blind spots. So Africa is unfortunately one of them, and they will focus on African continent and its stage design practices in next year edition of PQ. So it's I will close up with invitation and give the floor to Marie. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to discuss anything you're interested about regarding the study later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. I think what is important also to see with the presentation of WAFA, with the presentation of Barbara, and I think it could be also like through the 2 days with a different partner, is that to be engaged in such a project during 4 years, it's not just a tick-the-box exercise. Once the project is over, we go to the next project. I mean, we know how funding works, but what is interesting to see is how this funding as well and the partnership has allowed us through different partners to work on particular projects, be them artistic event, but also publication on new website like the platform developed by Culture Funding Watch, and how we continue to work on this networking aspect, on this knowledge that we learn as well. And I think this is also a key point that would have not been happening without the partnership and, of course, without the support of the European Union. I will share also particularly 2 publications. I mean, we have published 3 publications. So also very concisely, so I work for On the Move. On the Move is the international information and advocacy network focused on the mobility of artists and cultural professionals. So our main mission is to provide access to funding opportunities for artists and cultural professionals. We don't provide funding, but we provide, you know, information where artists can find calls, opportunities for residency, collaboration, be it in Europe and internationally, and of course in relation as well with the African continent. And based on this, we advocate also for better working conditions for mobile artists and cultural professionals, hence also the fact that part of the network we have what we call mobility info point that also aim to provide direct and accessible information to administrative issues related to mobility, including the visa issue. So part of our work through the DECONFINING project. We work on 3 publications. So as Malin was saying, you can have also access to I mean, of course, they are all on the DECONFINING website, and also this one also on the On the Move website. So we did 3 publications. One focused on the Schengen Code of Visa in relation with African artists and cultural professionals. As Malin was saying, when we started the DECONFINING project, it was, you know, more or less just after the COVID pandemic. So we wanted also to take stock of the situation in relation with the visa issue, and we published a report on that. We did also I don't know yet how to qualify these documents, this publication, this research, this manifesto, this provocation that we commissioned to Ukona Nasli Mlandu on a reflection on the question of mobility ethics, but more from an African perspective. But we will have another discussion about that later together with Ukona. And last but not least, we also published it's more a curated conversation on the question of African diasporic communities in Europe in relation with cultural mobility flow between the African continent and Europe as well. Just 2 words so on the first and the third publication, since the second one will be discussed this afternoon, I mean, in a way, with Ukona's intervention. For the Schengen Code of Visa, so we had a survey that was launched in 2023, where we collected more than 130 answers, both from African artists affected either by visa rejection or visa problematic process. But what was interesting as well is that we collected also the voice and the feedback from hosting organizations in Schengen country. So it could be La Cité Internationale des Arts in Paris, it could be also the Womex music market. So different type of organizations that are very much willing to work with artists and cultural professionals from all over the world, including from the African continent, but face, challenging issue to say the least. What was new maybe, or at least is one of the first reports on this subject, that address this question, and I have to thank Ukona very much because she was the one also to suggest the question. We wanted also to highlight not only the economic impact of such visa rejection for artists, not only the lack of networking visibility, but also the mental health issue that rejection or process have as well, particularly on the affected African, here we take the example on the African continent, but it could be from any country that require a Schengen visa, sorry. So we wanted also very much to highlight this. And we could see that quite a majority of people say that the process is highly stressful and anxiety-inducing. And I would like to add, even though, of course, this is not the same thing or the same type of feeling, but it's also extremely stressful as well for the host organization that do their best also to invite the artists. So this is something that we highlighted and continued also to highlight in other reports on the impact of international cultural mobility on the mental health and well-being of artists and cultural professionals. What learning for today, since I have 2 minutes for this part of the publication, of course, is not enough, but you know or you experience, and I think many people in the room experience it, that the situation has not become better. We published this report in October 2023, and as a very sad and dramatic coincidence, this is also when the diplomatic ties were closed between France and Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. So the situation for visa process, particularly for artists from sub-Saharan country in relation with the Schengen space, has become more and more challenging. However, what we try to do also with the Mobility Info Point and other networks involved in the issue is also to work on solution. Access to information, training, raising awareness among ministries of interior affairs, consulate in the specific working condition of artists and cultural professionals. And last but not least, and this is what is also very much lacking right now in many countries, is the lack of interministerial connection between the Ministry of Interior Affairs, Foreign Affairs, and Cultural Affairs. So this is also something that we need to constantly highlight and also to work together with different network and organizations involved on the subject. The publication I wanted also to highlight is focusing on a question that is maybe not so much visibilized, in some research or conversation. This is a connection between the African diasporic community in the arts and cultural sector in Europe and the connection with the African continent. I think most of our publication also started with a process. Sometimes it took longer than expected because we needed also to find the right format, you know. And here, in the end, we decided to have a curated conversation that was partially facilitated by Joseph Gellar and Jasper Walgrave, that some of you may know through Pro Helvetia in South Africa, but also Laura Ganza from Africalia, Yvette Mutumba, and Patrick Moudekereza. And basically, the publication, it's a reflection of their conversation in relation with the topic. I would like to share some, very quickly, some key points. Because I think they also, we are here to connect the dot, and they connect very much the dot also with the former conversation, introduction, and also the conversation that we will have part of this part of this meeting. First of all, I think for people who know about the subject, you won't be surprised, but at the same time it's good to insist on it, is that there is no fixed definition of what does it mean to be part of the diaspora or the diaspora. But this is still very much important to keep in mind, because sometimes when we see calls in relation with the so-called African diasporic community or another world region or continent, you know, it's definitely framed in a kind of funding system that may not relate to the need of the so-called diasporic artist. Very interesting also feedback on the fact that maybe it will connect to the conversation later with, I'm sure even, with the residency, like this question of providing space for research, for process-based type of approach, and once again, not to impose preconceived framework, because in many cases they will not very much tackle the needs and the aspiration of artists. I really like also this idea from Dr. Yvette Mutomba talking about mobility equity program of fellowship. Usually when you are supported for mobility, it's more like to go somewhere, develop a project. I mean, in the best working condition, you know, with travel, production, support, accommodation, and so on. But what could be also interesting, particularly for those that don't have any financial support or regular financial support in their own context, is to have an additional funding to be able also to further nurture what you have learned or started to develop in your residency back in your own country or in your own context. It's not easy indeed with with the sun. Yeah, what was also very important also to share, this is, I think it came back very often in the conversation, it came back also in the introduction, is like the importance to leave space for people to be in dialogue and to develop their own framework of development of project. I think this question of empowerment, in a way, it's very important to take into consideration, and also the need not to mix up too many type of needs. I think I will read it, it's much easier. For instance, Laura Ganza from Africalia, she says, diasporic communities do face specific discrimination in Western countries that requires remedial funding measure, but that should not be equated with continental development. So I think it's also like this question of really this tailor-made approach of funding support that we need, particularly when we want to address different type of needs and context. Last but not least, I will do like Barbara, also to say what are the follow-up of these different research of the project. So the deconfining project and particularly this also publication have been referenced in the latest UNESCO reshaping, the latest UNESCO report reshaping policies for creativities, and particularly the article on the shifting borders of cultural mobility that has been co-written by Rana Yazagi and myself. What is also interesting in a partnership is that also we can connect with other network beyond an organization beyond the partnership. For us, it's the first time that we work on this question of diasporic communities, and I think we will definitely, it's not I think, I'm sure we'll continue to work on it. And I'm also happy to say, I didn't expect to say that today, but now I can announce it officially, that we are the very lucky one to be awarded the UNESCO Ashberg funding, and this will allow us to have a full update of the mobility funding guide for the African continent. So it will be really much in relation with this project. For your information, on our website, this is one of the top downloaded guide, even though it has not been updated since 2019. So you see also the needs. And last but not least, and I finish here to be fully on time, 12 p.m., I really, really echo what Antonia was saying about the need. This is now that we need to advocate for an international dimension of the Agora EU program that will be also part of the next generation of support for cooperation projects like this one. Right now, if we would do a deconfining project, we won't be able to invite and support artists and cultural professionals from the African continent. Basically, you know, anybody that are not based or be legally resident in Creative Europe country. So we really need, in the legal basis, I know it sounds a bit technical, but we really need to have a specific amendment so that the eligibility of beneficiary to invite a curator from Senegal, to invite an artist from Chile when it makes sense, when it's connected to the subject of the project in Europe, supported by the EU funding. So we really need this eligibility of beneficiaries, of people to be included. So that's why I put the QR code of our communiqué if you want also to spread it to your networks. So I thank you very much for your attention. Like Barbara, I am here also for the next 2 days. I forgot to put my email, and which is very bad. So I do it the old way. I have some name cards. If you are interested after to follow up on the conversation, you can. And in the, for the people on Zoom, it can be also found on the website of On the Move. Thank you very much. And it's getting very, very hot, but the conversation will be very fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, Marie, and also Wafa. And you're really perfect in timekeeping. Well done. I would like to say goodbye and see you later to all our guests and colleagues in the live stream. Please come back after a long lunch break for you at 3 p.m. And now I hope you all got a lot of food and inspiration and impulses for the conversation rounds. And we have for each round 2 facilitators and moderators. And I kindly ask now Rodrigo González Alvarado and Pavla Hilvert here. Sarah
So maybe you sit here first and hello, hello. We need to start, and could you gather here? Could we gather here for the wonderful keynote by Ukona? Hello, Sylvia. Hello, hello. Just waiting 1 minute. We have also our guests online that are joining us for this afternoon. Okay, I think we will start because we are a little bit late. I mean, it's okay, it's manageable, it's 5 minutes, but still we have a full afternoon together. So welcome again for all of you that came either this morning on site in Chemnitz or this afternoon as well online. So I am Marie Le Sourd. I work for On the Move. We are one of the partners of the DECONFINING project. And we are very happy to have with us Ukona Mlandu. And I'm particularly very happy that Ukona can be here because she was also commissioned to write a publication that was a bit introduced this morning on the very notion of mobility ethics, but understood from an African perspective. So the publication is online, you can refer to it, but of course, it's better to have the person to refer to some of the key learning of this document, which is both a piece of research, but also a manifesto and a reflection paper on the multiple type of meaning that mobility ethics can have in the African context. The other thing I just want to say, and I will be very short because I want really to give the floor and maximum of time to Ukona and also to the Q&A question and answer after that, is that with Ukona we met 3 years ago, exactly 3 years ago, in Tunis, during the Cultural Mobility Forum organized by On the Move and Culture Funding Watch, that was focused on the question of international cultural mobility and environmental sustainability. And for us, it was utterly important in this meeting to have really the voices and the perspective from African artists and cultural professionals on this question. I think we had also like some conversation in relation to this question, and one of the key learning of the forum was that we really also needed to redefine the way we consider mobility, also the question of hospitality, the question of care, and the question also of solidarity in our sector. And it was, you know, in that sense, very important, particularly from a Western European perspective, to de-zoom on this question. And I thought the point of reflection brought by Ukona were very interesting to further be elaborated in this publication and also today in these final days of the deconfining project. So Ukona, I think we are ready. We have the fan. I mean, for people online, it's very hot here, but we have the fan. We have also like this water thingy in case. You will have water as well, and the floor is yours for your present. And I can do it anytime you wish. Thank you very much. Please welcome Ukona Mlandu.
Hello, everybody. It's so good to see some of you that I've seen before again, and to see those with whom I've only interacted online in the flesh, and to meet new people. I wasn't around for most of the morning session because I know myself I can get overstimulated, so I needed to be alone there and wait for this moment, otherwise, yeah. So my name, it's true, my name is Ku-Atenga Mlandu, Mandlovu, uzidle ekhaya ngenxa yoswele umalusi ugida ngoba mumntungwa umalunga. So there are two pieces of work, as Marie has alluded to, that have led me to this moment of me standing before you today. And for the sake of those who are encountering me for the first time, I'll do a brief overview of why this work of adding my voice to voices that advocate for mobility justice as an enabler and creator of a conducive environment for the movement of cultural workers, artists, and cultural goods. So my interest in this comes from, different perspective, having worked in the sector for all my life, and I'm not young. But also there's, of recent, work that I did with an organization called Greatmore Studios, which is an artist residency space, where one of my discomforts was seeing the ratio of what artists were able to make it to the residency, move through the world, from which geographical locations, due to financial resources and financial visa limitations. I also recognized through my own career that, and that of others whom I keenly observe, the value of being able to move through borders. I'm preaching to the converted here, you guys believe this. To explore your own practice, to network, to entertain curiosity through formal and informal research. So the two works was one, the invitation from On the Move, to write about environmental sustainability and action concerning the mobility of cultural workers and cultural goods from an African perspective. I say a lot of things in this article, but one thing I'd like you to keep at the back of your mind is this idea of environmental justice. Environmental justice does not merely count carbon emissions using matrix that are designed by the biggest culprits of environmental degradation, namely the political global north. It does not merely demonize movement and ask you to take the train. In that piece of writing, thinking from scholars, activists, and actors, I use a feminist environmental justice praxis to complicate and nuance how we might use these approaches in our own strategies within the culture sector when tackling the question of environmental sustainability as a justice question. This is so that we do not, in defense of the environment, which I argue is not a passive thing in need of our self-righteous saving, where we end up perpetuating another form of harm based on our positionality, but to rather find intersectional ways of understanding the ecosystem of justice, of which environmental justice is one. Because in the article, I argue that unless we are mindful of this, we could be reproducing or inevitably manufacturing new forms of harm and marginalization and structurally exclusive practices. So the writing is largely influenced by my own cosmological orientation of how I understand ecosystems as an African. The second contribution to this discourse that brought me here is an invitation again from On the Move, as Marie has shared, as part of the Deconfining Europe project to write a study of cultural and artistic mobility from the perspective of Africa. A huge and daunting thing to take on and to be trusted with. It is for this reason that I responded to the invitation with another invitation, which can be gleaned from the title of that paper and this talk as detailed on the program. In this offering, I'm deliberate and intentional about the psychological, structural, ideological deviation that I'm doing in my approach to the paper, and defiance, not an accident. I bring to the table, in terms of the approach to the writing and the ideas, I use the platform to amplify. And I say this all the time, that it is not that I was discovering and saying original thoughts and ideas, brand new from the box of my own lone genius. I'm adamant, and as a position, I reject the idea of a lone genius. I merely, in this paper, use the resources of time that being given this work afforded me to organize and present thinking, feelings, ideas, concepts for the service of this work, and what that moment was presenting as a possibility. I was not saying anything that has not been felt or experienced. And please don't hear this as a modest dismissal of my own gifts and due diligence. I bring to my work that is also something that I honor and see in myself and life's purpose. We all have a sense of justice, even when harm and inequality has been normalized. There is a knowing that knows. We have been trained to silence it, override it, dismiss it. And so Crystal Fleming, which is a tweet that's in the paper, says decolonizing knowledge requires shifting from an academic culture of acquisition, accumulation, and ownership to a praxis that recognizes multiple ways of knowing, the role of intuition, ancestral guidance, communal relating, and the cultivation of what I might call epistemic trust. So developing trust in the process of knowledge unfolding, not in a linear way, and not as something for us to master. That's the colonizers' talk, but rather a path of inquiry, a multi-layered, multi-dimensional heuristic, a process that we cultivate and nurture. So one of the key sections in that invitation for me is naming the harm, which is something that Marie also spoke to, which is why that survey was very important to me, to artists and cultural workers, about the general feelings around the process. For me, naming the harm is part of a healing justice framework in order to repair, in order for repair work and imaginaries of liberatory futures to emerge. The study to survey the human feelings of a sample of people on what the processes that enable or inhibit mobility feel like will always be important to me. In any work that I do, I try and caution against any discourse that forgets the relational and interconnectedness of the various systems on planetary and multiversal well-being. With that comes the responsibility to center marginalized voices for restorative justice and healing. I also want to acknowledge and express my gratitude to all who filled out the surveys, did the interviews and informal WhatsApp calls, and everyone who has invited my voice into rooms where this work matters. I would do a roll call, but in the interest of time, to each and everyone, I see you. So in a nutshell, the playing field is not, for cultural mobility is not leveled. We've established this. There are implicit biases and trust deficits and a myth of meritocracy that African artists are having to navigate in cultural mobility. This is influenced by the global politic of how power is distributed, maintained through institutional arrangements and structurally exclusionary processes that have historically, colonially, and continue to subjugate the African continent. This is laid out in the work I'm referring to in detail by way of providing context from the perspective of Africa. The paper also goes on to call for solidarity, allyship, new imaginaries, reciprocity, iterative ways of working that are co-created and participatory. Fortunately, this paper was part of a project that could then test out some of the ideas, recommendations, and areas to be mindful of when approaching collaborations with the African continent, and on a broader perspective to begin to tease out more constructive articulations of power. So on power, I would like to just throw it in there that I move from the belief that power is neutral and it sits on a spectrum that can go towards subjugating and destructive, and or constructive and generative. It's a question of awareness and choice as far as I'm concerned. So the paper has had some influence in how future programs were designed and approached. The contribution also felt like a collective exhale, a someone-said-it moment for those who have been on the receiving end of the inequity. And that is part of the responsibility of using a platform and power granted to do this work and the kind of results that I was hoping for. So I want to take the moment to acknowledge all those known to me or the people in this project who have come across this work and found something worthy of considering in how they shape their future programs and strategies, etc. I see you and I feel the vibration we are collectively creating, and I'm honored to be part of it. This work is not happening in a vacuum, as I keep articulating. I would like to share something, cue the video, that an artist that I know, Richard Mudariki, is working on. Whether or not, I can't claim that he's influenced by this. These things move in interesting ways, but it's happening in this moment.
Hi everyone, my name is Richard Mudariki. I am an artist from Zimbabwe, and I'm here in Basel with my international project, the Artworld Passport, that we began in 2024 in New York, and now we have been to our fourth city, which is Basel, after we've done Cape Town and Venice. And here we're excited because this time I was able to come to Basel as compared to last year, where I actually had a live experience of the challenges that I'm highlighting in this project, of denials of visas and mobility, whilst I am saying the idea of artworks being able to travel to international cities and at international art fairs, but the artists themselves always find it difficult for them to travel because of visa regimes, passport issues, a lot of other requirements that the artists are required. And I thought of creating a world where borders don't exist, because in the art world we always believe that art is what brings everybody together. It's a platform that allows us to be one and allows us to engage with each other creatively. And I think that is something that in this project we're trying to encourage. So here in Basel we launched the Artworld Embassy yesterday, which was also wonderful because we managed to engage with the people who actually live in Basel, who walked into the embassy, inquired, and actually had an engagement on issues relating to movement in the art world, but also in general migration, which is a big topic now, where we're having different countries coming up with different policies. So it was a very hot topic yesterday at the embassy opening, and we're very excited that the project is able to reach such an impact to the audience here in Basel.
So I absolutely honor such vibrations that are happening. So there are other voices emerging, and I've been doing my best to keep my finger on the pulse. And some of these people who are doing this work are in this room. Again, I see you. Before I speak a bit more about movements briefly, I want to share with you an IG post. So if you know me, you know that I reference popular culture. Like I will quote a rap song or whatever, because I believe in disruptive ideas, and I believe in knowledge that comes from unconventional sources, and it should be invited into rooms. I believe in disruptive ideas and hierarchies, and where knowledge is understood to be produced and applied. So here goes as I go into my IG. So the person who's posted is their IG name is Anuya Business. So it's called The Sociology of Waiting Rooms. The state doesn't deny you. It makes you wait until you disappear. Our Euro's discovery. In 2011, Sociologist Javier Ollero, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, spent 6 months sitting in a Buenos Aires welfare office. He wasn't waiting, he was watching. What he found became the most devastating line in modern sociology. While waiting, the poor learn the opposite of citizenship. They learn to be patients of the state. Stage 1, arrival. You walk in with your papers, a numbered token, your dignity, a citizen with rights. You don't know how long it will take. You don't know if you brought the right documents. The uncertainty is not a bug, it's the design. Waiting is a weapon. Time is the cheapest weapon the state owns. No violence, no refusal, just hours. Then days, then months. Ollero calls this temporary or tempography, the mapping of how power uses time. The poor don't wait because the state is inefficient. They wait because the state is teaching them something. Patience is not a virtue here, it's a curriculum. The sonic cage. Every waiting room has its own sound of power. The scratch, visa offices, silence so thick the stapler sounds like a gunshot. The muffle, NHS clinics, a distorted PA system you strain to hear your name through. The roar, railway stations, engine noise that drowns out your individual voice. 3 sounds, 1 message. You are not supposed to speak here. Stage 2, stasis, and the non-place. Mark, I am butchering this last name, Auger, much respect, called them non-places, airports, waiting rooms, visa offices, spaces where you exist but do not belong, where your identity is suspended, whether in New York or Mumbai, the visa office looks identical. That's the point. By removing local character, the state removes your local rights. You are in a jurisdictional void. You are now a case number. Kafka's Ghost. In 1915, Franz Kafka wrote a parable called Before the Law. A man arrives at a gate. The gatekeeper says, "Not now." The man waits his whole life. He bribes the gatekeeper with everything he owns. He grows old. He dies at the threshold as he dies. The gatekeeper speaks, "This door was intended only for you. Now I'm going to shut it." Bureaucracy is the art of postponing justice until it is no longer relevant. The internal monologue. Something happens to your mind in hour 3. Did I bring the original? Don't look annoyed. They might reject me. I'm 30 years old. Why do I feel like I'm in the principal's office? You stop blaming the system. You start fearing your own mistakes. The waiting room is the only prison where the prisoner guards themselves. Stage 3, submission and slow violence. You stop checking the time. You stop believing your case will be called. You thank the clerk for a 5-minute interaction after a 5-hour wait. Rob Nixon calls it slow violence. Harm that happens so gradually, you mistake it for normal life. The state never said no. You said yes to being nothing. Who gets to skip the line? The rich don't wait. They have lawyers, consultants, expediting fees. The middle class wait a little, but they know the right words, the right forms, the right people to call. The poor wait the longest. And the longer they wait, the more they believe the system is just slow, not that it was built this way. Waiting rooms are class hierarchies with fluorescent lighting. The paradox. Is waiting a form of punishment or just governance? Arrival, you enter as a citizen. Stasis, the hours blur, the line between being ignored and being denied. Submission, you learn that waiting is not a delay, it is the answer. The opposite of power is not weakness. The opposite of power is having to ask permission to exist and then being told to take a seat. The poor don't lose their case. They just lose the energy to have one. The question, if time is how the state disciplines the poor, then every minute in a waiting room is a small act of submission. How much of your life have you given to a queue you didn't choose? So those that were dealing with me towards planning this trip, you'll notice that I disappeared at some point. There's a point at which I was non-communicative. that's the stage between me making a trip from the village where I live to a nearby city and me going through the motions of all of this. Then there was a time of waiting. I didn't have it in me to be reassuring you on top of sitting in the uncertainty and the fear of the rejection, because I wanted to be here. I wanted my voice to be in this room. It's something that my soul struggles with. I can never get used to it. I think in wanting to go into thinking about movements, because the minute when I'm invoking the word justice and making mobility justice a social justice issue, then for me in my brain, there needs to be a movement of resistance. And I think that's what we are seeing, and that's what this moment of deconfining and other works are kind of inviting us to. So I want to talk about, so I live in a village, it's my ancestral home. I left the city because I'm a curator, but I'm also curious about how we define centers, what is considered the periphery or the center. I've done all that I think is exciting in the city of Cape Town, and I can move through spaces. So I decided, let me go live at home in the village. And there I found myself in a movement. There's something that's going down in my village where reluctantly I'm having to organize and be part of a movement. So I'll share what this has taught me, because I have a little bit more space now to consider my own movements within the movement, as opposed to when I've done movement work in cities where there's a different pace. So there's something profoundly affirming when you find people who are concerned or dissatisfied about a matter that you are dissatisfied and concerned about. The feeling of being seen, heard, and witnessed is good for morale and the soul. The connection must be maintained and sustained in ways that are iterative and generative to avoid burnout and the movement fizzling out. You must use strengths and energy levels and the resources of time in ways that are responsive to the needs of the moment. A long plan sometimes builds itself as the ship is sailing, because the problem is also not static. Its dynamism requires actors to keep their fingers on the pulse through connection and staying alert. This is not lone genius work. Areas of convergence and collaboration and intersecting work are key to identify. And I can say a lot of other things that I'm learning about observing, and I'm sure you know this, I'm not saying anything new, but the point I am meaning to make, let's all linger a little longer. There's work to be done here, and it's not, it's long incremental work. It requires new imaginaries, and it requires us to develop strategies of continuing. Yeah, I think I'll stop there for now, and we have a conversation. Oh, by the way, Marie is one of my favorite collaborators in the whole wild world.
Because I have water. Thank you very much, and thank you very much once again, Ukona, for your intervention and your words and your stories, and also the stories you shared. I think it's very good because, you know, we have 30 minutes to exchange with Ukona, to exchange with one another. And this exchange is also open to people that follow us online. So I know that Malin, if there is any question or remark, feel free also to share them. So I am.
And to my daughter who's watching, feel free to type "my mommy is cool" in the comments. I dare you, Naledi. Love you, baby.
So the floor is yours. Should you have any comment, question, and if you don't mind, because it's also allowed to contextualize a bit the conversation, you can also introduce yourself if you don't mind. So, is there any comment, question? I don't know why I was sure that you would come. Oh, okay. No, but it's very good.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Okona, for a moving presentation. I'm always quoting your report, and mine is more of a statement than a question, but really just to thank you for giving a language to the feeling and experience that most of us have had, will have, because this will continue to happen for a while. Because I don't think there was a way to describe it collectively, because we were not allowed to speak of this, to even converse amongst ourselves. Because in a way, if you think about it, the prison that you describe is almost a prison that we think is also a privilege, because getting through that process, then somehow we've achieved something. We can add it as an achievement, and yet it's an experience of violence. So thank you so much for naming it. Thank you for giving it a language, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to break out of the prison.
Thank you, Samba.
Any other question or comment? Reaction?
Where's the nearest pool?
Okay. I think people are maybe intimidated. So maybe I will have, it's also more a comment than a question, you know, when you say that, and yeah, since we experience also this visa process at a different period of time. I mean, for you, for also when you came to Prague. So there was also this, and thanks again to Pavla at that time who really helped. Even, I think it's the first time that the ambassador came to give you the passport with a visa, right?
Listen, I learned all of this because when I went to Prague, obviously Pavla was busy with the Prague Quadriennial. We didn't get to speak much. And we spent some time together in the speaker's room earlier. And she told me all that it took for me to get that visa. There were calls to the ministry, to a lot of very important people. Now, all I know is that I got an interview, I submitted things, and when I came to pick up my visa, the ambassador himself came to meet me and hand me my visa. My friend who was accompanying me was like, "Who are you?" I was like, but part of it is for me, what struck me is the grace of how it was handled without putting the burden of gratitude on me, because it just came out in the conversation today, because we're chatting. It wasn't I was never made to feel, look, all the lengths I've gone to get you here. And that is part of the solidarity that I'm talking about, that to be able to kind of hold each other and to find ways to make these collaborations yeah, something that is nice, man.
Yeah. Thank you. And you say something as, I mean, you say many things, but the story that you shared as well is that you know, while waiting for the answer, I mean, also to come here, that you needed also like some time with yourself. I mean, so you were not also maybe responding to communication and so on. And after you just say like, I can never get used to it. And I think that at the end of the day, we should never get used to it, because it's definitely not fair nor legal what is happening here. And we were just talking about it also before. You know, the fact as well that there are not so many organizations that have also sometimes the financial means to cover, first of all, the visa fee, but also all the work that you need to do around it, like very often to go to another city to lodge the application, sometimes to go to another country. So of course it's time, it's transportation cost, it's time during the accommodation, and this is also a time where you cannot concentrate to do your work, and we know that most of the artists and cultural professionals are freelancers. And very in a very seldom way, such a time is also financially compensated. What can be done in the best case scenario is to reimburse the visa cost and maybe sometimes the transportation cost. So all these access costs are not very much covered, and I can share from the perspective of On the Move, based on the study that we did on the connection or non-connection or negative connection between international cultural mobility and mental health and well-being. Out of 4 years of mobility, international mobility funding scheme we could scan, only 2.5% of them cover access costs. And when I say access costs, it can be visa cost, but it can be also accessibility. It can be also some specific support for artists with disabilities. So you see that it's too little. And another type of fee, maybe you want to comment, sorry, to put you in the spotlight, and sorry, I don't remember your name, but we were in the group before, is that beyond that, there should be also a form of emotional type of fee that should be also covered both for the artists or cultural professionals that are, you know, going under the situation that is really insane, to say it very diplomatically, but also for the host organization also, because it's also a lot of, maybe you want to comment on that, because I thought it was a very good, very relevant idea, and we see that this impact also on mental health and well-being is very much affected through this administrative and unfair process. Yeah, so maybe you can introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Sophia. I run a theater company in Berlin, and I've been working internationally for the last 20 years, and I've just noticed with my partners that I have to go through terrible processes, as you described, as we all know many stories, and I've just wondered whether that's not something that we need to reflect in our budgets way more. Not even when it happens, but before it happens. Just to I have the feeling that the emotional labor or dealing with what happens, with the disrespect that happens in these processes and the stress and the waiting, everything you described, should maybe be put in a budget just as a certain fee, because I don't see at the moment any other point in of how to give space to that or how to acknowledge that this exists. And this is labor. If we think of it as labor, then there has to be a fee for it in the budget. It's a very simple, practical thought that doesn't solve the issue, obviously. But yeah, that's just it. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. The cost of the emotional labor cannot be quantified, but it, as you said, it has implications for those days when I'm in Pretoria or Port Elizabeth. In this case, I have to travel with my daughter because I had no childcare. So there's serious implications, and I think because we are also meant to see it as a privilege, it's costs that you absorb, and it's and you think it's part of the process. By the time you're done with it, if you're being paid a fee for the work that you're going to do, a lot of it is already spent on the process of getting ready to go there. So the numbers do not add up, and I think it's another form of solidarity, yeah.
Thank you. Does anybody want to comment or have a question? Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Wait. Hello. Yeah, I just want to share some of my thoughts to your speech. Actually, I think this is also a cultural mobility ethic, not only from an African perspective, it's also from like Asian perspective. Like I come from China, and I have suffered a lot from these mobility issues. Then I can't help asking myself the questions, why I want to go to Europe? Why I cannot resist? And then another phenomenon I found is that in the recent years, actually people like from maybe the global south, we meet each other in the West. We don't find ourselves meeting like in China or in Africa or in other global south countries. And the funny thing is that my friend would try to create something new, so he created a project, something called Stage of the Others, during which he inviting the people of the global south to convene, to get together in China. But the sarcastic thing is that the money is coming from Pro Helvetia. He could not find other money in China. So, yeah, so that's the dilemma, and we need to ask ourselves, I guess. But I mean, I've been thanks to the great invitation. I mean, generous invitations from Europe, and because of my job, I constantly come here. But the more I come here, the difficulty or the challenge and all the things that makes me feel less and less I want to come here. I have to speak it aloud, yeah, even though I don't know how to break it. And I get inspiration from you maybe. You said it's also a privilege. And I realize it is. I'm one of the very few people from the mainland China who has this opportunity or privilege to come to have cultural exchange with Europe, with the West. Okay, that's just my statements.
Oh, thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
If, with your permission, I'll reflect, not to answer you or change your mind, just what my thinking around some of the things that you've raised. So the thing of mobility for me, I kind of feel entitled to it, unashamedly, because reciprocity and European artists, European passports, lend them wherever Europeans want to go. So I feel entitled to the idea that for whatever motivation, when movement is necessary for my practice, I said in my exploration, my networking, the ability to make some euros that my government will not give me, because it's got other priorities such as sanitation. And if we can trace back that issue, it will point back to colonization, right? And in the study, not study, it's not a study, whatever that is, this manifesto, this statement, this protest, this provocation, I make mention of that. So I have removed the feeling like I should not want to move, because it's a human right, which is why I call it a justice issue, to be able to move and self-actualize. The other thing, so also then that would solve my dilemma with accepting money from where? Because I'm like, bring it, you have it, I don't, bring it. There was another point that you made that I wanted to, yeah, and so also it's important to note, and maybe it didn't come across, that there are movement patterns that are outside of institutional arrangements that have always existed, even within those continents where we don't necessarily have the resources to formalize the thing. So I don't want to also speak as if there's nothing that's been going on. Like one of my heroes, Miriam Makeba, for different reasons, is one of my models of what cultural mobility is in the way she moved through the world. And she moved through the African continent, specifically Great Mo Studios. Part of the reason why I was challenging the makeup of who was making it to the residency was because I understand the organization to have had a rich history of moving artists across the continent, and I wasn't comfortable with the change. I mean, Nafasi, which you run, Lillian, was inspired by Great Mo, and that movement on the continent has happened during the height of apartheid. So because our work requires us to be moving, we are always finding ways and resources, and we'll continue to do so. And this is just a kind of, maybe like an encouragement and an affirmation that and for me, these things must be multi-pronged in our approach to it. So we will have the conversations around institutional arrangements, but there's relationships. I mean, the dynamic between the the fellows, the shaping crossroads fellows, delicious. I went to bed going, oh, exactly, this is how it should be. And those things give birth to other things. Where was I going with this? Yeah, something like that.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Peut-être, Marie, tu pourras traduire. Merci encore, Oukonas, pour cette brillante contribution. Effectivement, on te remercie beaucoup. Moi, j'ai quand même une question. On s'adresse toujours à l'Europe, nous, en tant qu'Africains, et sur ces violences systémiques que nous vivons pour pouvoir arriver en Europe. Mais au sein même du continent africain, il me semble qu'il y a un certain nombre de problèmes de mobilité également. J'aimerais aussi avoir ta perception sur cette violence interafricaine que nous vivons pour pouvoir nous déplacer d'un espace à un autre, d'un territoire à un autre. Je ne dis pas forcément même de pays à un autre, puisque pour nous, ça n'a pas forcément cette réalité. Mais on en parlait tout à l'heure avec Mané. Et je crois que nous vivons beaucoup de barrières de circulation interafricaine. Et on a cette tendance à toujours, effectivement, parler à l'Europe, nous, en tant qu'Africains, en bloc, et sans prendre en considération aussi ce que nous vivons à l'intérieur de notre propre continent. Et j'aimerais un peu avoir ton avis là-dessus.
I definitely need help. By sentence 5, I was lost.
You know, I bring you water translation.
My favorite collaborator in the whole wild world.
So first of all, you made a great contribution. Thanks for this. The main question, I will summarize. The main question is that here you address more, let's say, European policy makers, but what about also your perception of internal mobility challenge problem within the African continent as well, because you are facing also a lot of them. So Vanya would be interested to have your reflection and perspective about it as well, without being always facing the European continent, but here to have more intra-continental type of perspective on the different type of challenge faced at the level of cultural mobility within the African continent, be it visa, funding, and other type of security reason as well, yeah.
Juicy question, Vydia. And I'm going to attempt to answer it, even though I'm sure I could benefit from more reflection, not because I've not thought about it. So whatever I say now, I can have further clarifying conversations on it. First of all, I want to speak about the fact that I am answering this as a South African. And South Africa, at the moment, if you follow the news, the stuff going on around a South Africa that has never had Independence Day, that only has what's it called? Democracy, what's it? Freedom Day. And for whom the transition from colonial rule was partly sold based on the premise of South African exceptionalism from those Africans in that they were able to have a peaceful transition. And Mandela was the poster child for this narrative. And so the country of my birth, although I'm not that precious about nationalities, I was raised Pan-African personally. So what's going on in South Africa is the hang-ups of that project. It's coming undone right in front of our eyes. It's unraveling. And unfortunately, it's resulting in the atrocious things that you're saying, some of which are sensationalized by the media because we're going towards election, and we can talk about what else has happened in the trajectory of South Africa's history at certain moments that want to inch us to a tribalist, essentially, like identity essentialism thing. So that's the layer to the South African question. And so the policies of South Africa and the things you're seeing on the ground, more than the superficial things that are going on, that's what you must view it from. So I speak as a child of that place. So there's that challenge, but at the same time, I try to allude to the fact that outside of institutional arrangements, and in reality, everyday lives, like my own family is made up of people from wherever. There are already existing relationships and collaborations that can be nurtured, right? And for the rest of the continent, the funding question is a real thing. And so when I see an organization like the Goethe-Institut investing in intra-Africa collaboration, I welcome it. WAFA is a big proponent of do-it-yourself and those kind of initiatives that come from that. Yeah. I'm also a big proponent of this solidarity and this reparations and this mobility justice, which in some cases should look like those who have had the privilege of mobility should be, as a form of solidarity, relinquishing some resources so that other mobility patterns can emerge. And always I kind of, I think there's more thoughts that I have on this, and if I haven't answered you in a way that is satisfactory, it's because I'm also formulating, and I'm happy for you to engage further, and anybody else for that matter. But that's all I can offer right now, and it's dynamic, it's not static. Yeah.
I think there is another question. I can pass the mic, but yeah. Oh yeah. Ollie.
Thank you. No, it was just for precise about the Vydia singing. Really, the problem is not about South Africa. It's just a reality for the moment, for the whole continent, African continent. If I see, for example, as where I'm from West Africa. We have the big ECOWAS. It was Economic and Politics Union. It was 16 countries. Now from 2 years ago, it's 13 countries. Because the militaries arrived in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, and it was more comfortable for them to say, we go out for this system. It's not, I'm really sad because I'm from what does it mean? Management school, and we were 26 countries in this school. It's from my 19 till my 23 and 4. My life was spent for Africans who are from 26 countries. And now when I hear Senegalese people singing about Guinean people, I realize Guinean people is foreigner when I was at the School of Management, because all my life I was with Guinean people, and for me they are Senegalese too. I know they are Guinean, but I never see the difference. It was not on my mind. When I find Guinean who not speak Wolof, just speak French, it was the first time I realized Guinea is different for Senegal. But now when I hear the discourse and everything, when I see what's happening about South Africa, it's not helpful. And I just give an example for Vydia, because I'm the responsible for the Métis mobility. It's the mobility for AFD, Agence Française de Développement. From now 2 years, I manage this fund. And currently, the Congolese dancer is in Benin. And last week, I changed his flight ticket for €850 to change just a flight, because he lives in Kivu. He cannot take plane from Kivu directly go somewhere. He needs to go in Rwanda. Yeah. And now Rwanda closed the frontier because they are Ebola. And I changed his ticket to go for Bujumbura, from Bujumbura to Cotonou. And this is like surrealist. And it's all of this situation, it's not easy for African in general, but artists, it's really a lot of challenge. And I invite also in Dakar, 2 years ago, artists from Zimbabwe and artists from Rwanda. I did during 1 month and a half everything to get their visa. 2 days before they're coming, I was at our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I was really angry. For me, I will go to jail this day. I said it's not possible. I literally pété un plomb. I said no, it's too much. And after he said, no, madam, please, we will do that. We will do that. And it's just like, yes, it's a big problem. Me, I travel a lot in Africa, and it's really a big problem to move in Africa.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ukona, your answer, and after we will, I'm sorry, we'll need to keep the time, I know, Malin, and we will close this session, yeah. But please answer, yeah.
Yeah, hence I call this a movement, because the world is polarizing, and these things trickle down. There's the people that I don't mention whenever I speak, those ones over there that are pushing this idea of scarcity and polarization. And so it trickles down. Everybody feels like they have something to defend and protect. And I appreciate the fact that you're bringing the fact that it's happening across the board. There are challenges. And I also remember like a Beninois arts manager, colleague at some point was trying to get into Zim, and I had to make some calls for them to get in, because whereas I can walk in as back then, I could walk in as a South African, a Beninois arts manager couldn't. So there are a lot of like little moments of resistance and complication, but there are also a lot of moments for opportunity and new things to emerge. And we exist and we are in these platforms to always be trying to find ways around it, because obviously most people in this room don't accept that this is a reality that we should polarize further. We seem to agree on the fact that we want to see something different, and I think yes, we meet in Europe, but beautiful things are emerging. So thank you for that contribution and kind of bringing some nuance into the problem.
Thank you very much, first of all, Ukona, for your text, for your thought, for your speech, and also thank you very much for this exchange that we have had here. I think it's also, I mean, it's good in a way because, of course, it gives sometimes very problematic image of what is happening, and it's also good to remind it, but also good, as you say, to remind as well the networks of solidarities and organization that needs to be supported in order to make this mobility possible, particularly for those that have less the means, less the connection, be them within the African continent, between Africa and Europe, and of course worldwide as well. So maybe there is another line of thought for the continuation of deconfining, for reflection more, also on the mobility-related issue within the African continent. And I just would like to finish with what our colleagues said about the connection with China or with Asia. I think maybe there is also another point of the lack, I mean, if we talk about with this global south, global north, perspective, but the lack of connection and funding support for south-to-south mobility. It's so highly difficult for South Asian artists or Chinese artists, Japanese artists to meet with their counterparts on the African continent or in Latin America, even though there would be so much interest to share, in terms also on the way, the arts and cultural sector is evolving. So I think it's also another line of thought that could be interesting also for the follow-up of our conversation. Thank you very much. You can have a pause fraîcheur, as they say in the soccer. You can have some drinks before the next session.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Ukona, for bringing up these very important view, and also very, very much thank you that you are here, hearing, and we know all these obstacles, hurdles, the mental stress, everything you have on your shoulders when you're after you're sitting here, or that you're finally sitting here and with us, being with us. We highly appreciate it, and we also experienced during the deconfining project that you brought a bit more awareness and increased also in our European institutions the information and the awareness that we need to budget, for example, all these processes to support the artists we would like to invite. So it was really important what you brought to that project. Thank you very much. We have 15 minutes break now. And then we have another panel, which will be hosted by the Goethe-Institut Madrid, moderated by Antonia. And please really grab a lot of water and get fresh. And then we're looking forward to see you in 15 minutes here again.
Yes, we're getting there. Because this is a hybrid panel, so this is the three of us here live. And then live online, we have Anna and Elgas. Hello. We will sometimes, I mean, you see us there's the camera, but I look there to see you because this is where, where the screen is. And it's very nice to see you, at least on the screen. Thanks for being there as well. Yeah, maybe we can move it a little bit, the screen, so that we can, because indeed I think it's easier than for the panelists to kind of to react to each other. I think that would be nice. Anna and Elga, I think it's also hot where you are, but here in Chemnitz it's extremely hot. So
very hot.
We were telling everybody to grab a lot of water and eat some sugar to not pass out. So we hope that you are also, well, it looks kind of, it looks kind of fresh where you are, at least a little bit windy, Elgas, where you are. So, dear everybody, welcome to our final panel of this first day of the Deconfining final conference. And now it's a bit the moment of the practitioners, of the artists, of very different people that have been involved in the project during the last years. We will talk about artistic residencies as a format and also about challenges of how to organize these residencies in an intercontinental context. But first of all, I would like to give the floor to our four panelists to present themselves a bit, explain a bit what their connection to the project is. We also have some audiovisual stuff that always helps, I guess, to have kind of to get a good impression of the work they're doing. So then we'll have a moment of exchange, the four of us, and then we'll also have a moment to exchange with you, with the public. So thanks a lot for still kind of being there with us. I will quickly just mention the names of everybody. So to my right is Lilian Hippolyte, who will start in a second and who will explain a bit about her work and about how she's been connected to the program. Then we have Anna Lessing-Mengibar and Elgas, who are online. Both of them are two of the artists that have been participating in the artistic residencies that we have organized within the Deconfining project at the Goethe-Institut in Madrid, because we organized artistic residencies every year, so we had 4 different ones. And I think you were in 2 different ones, right? No, I don't even remember. Or were you at the same time there? No. No. 2 different years. No. Okay, very good. So then you can also talk a bit about that. And to my left is Annika Tokowski, who will also present herself a bit later. But then Lilian, you go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here until now in the heat, right? So my name is Lilian Hippolyte Mushi. I'm from Tanzania. I'm the managing director of an organization called Nafasi Art Space. It's an NGO. It's the oldest NGO, independent arts NGO in Tanzania. Started 16 years ago by a group of artists who were looking for a space to meet, convene, collaborate, talk to each other, and produce work. And at the moment, I am there, been there since 2022, 2023, and largely the work that we do there is around artistic development. So we have a training academy, so to train visual artists, arts managers, and curators. We also have a residency program, which is how Nafasi itself is part of Deconfining. We also have a massive space. So the word Nafasi means space in Kiswahili. So it also means opportunity. It's a two-pronged word. So at Nafasi, that's exactly what we do. That's our ethos. We have the space for people to create, but also we try and find opportunities for Tanzanian artists. And as an institution, Nafasi is involved in Deconfining through our partnership with Art Transparent Poland, where we had a residency exchange with East African artists and Eastern European artists, in German, Poland, I think, and Hungary, and then Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. If I don't, the videos are back here. But also on the same deconfining platform, I'm a fellow of Shaping Crossroads, which is the major reason I am physically here today, of course, and we will go to Poland after to sort of finish off with the Transparent. And on my own practice, I'm a designer, a user experience designer, and a creative director. I work in many places, like many artists, like many creatives. We're always looking to create, and one way of moving for us is that either we're moving our minds or our bodies or our curiosity. That's one way also we get involved. Yeah. So there's a short video about Nafasi's last year's project, which, as we go on, I will talk about why I chose this video to be displayed, but you can get a sense of what sometimes happens at Nafasia Space. I hope you all enjoyed the music.
Thanks a lot, Lilian. Anna, over to you. say something about yourself and how you're connected with this project.
Hello, yeah, my name is Anna Lessing-Menchiver. I'm based in Berlin. And I'm here in the name of Dry Ocean, a collective between Berlin and Dakar. And in the name of Katja Aufleger, Aliou Diak, Ibaku, Fabian Knecht, Gibi Lee, Sally Rabekane, Agnes Dilla, Ibrahima Thiam, and Nathalie Virac, who will also perform at the festival, I heard, in Chemnitz. So, yes, I'm representing now our collective, and we also brought a little video, so maybe we can also look at that.
Ocean. Ocean. By ocean. By ocean. High. By ocean. High ocean. I ocean. Kai. By ocean. By ocean. By ocean. Ocean. High ocean. Shy ocean. Sigh ocean. Dry ocean. Dry ocean. Shy ocean. Sigh ocean. Sky. Dry. Dry ocean. Ocean. Why? Ocean. Fly ocean. High ocean. High ocean. High ocean. Sky ocean. Ocean. Shy ocean.
Okay. So, yeah, we are a collective of 5 artists based in Berlin and 5 artists in Dakar. We met 2021 and started this project, and we decided to really center the learning and unlearning and the process that artists in an exchange can have. So in our collective, it's not about an end result. It's really about an episode we meet, and we don't know in these episodes what will happen. So it's really about coming together, exchange also because all the 10 artists have different artistic practices. So I'm myself a dancer, performer, choreographer. We have musicians, we have painters, we have art historians. So everyone has their own artistic practice. So whenever we meet, wherever it is, it was the last time it was in Madrid, sometimes in Senegal, sometimes in Berlin. It's actually about really through body, space, history, systems of knowledge, to always keep this experimental format for transcultural collaboration, where not an end result is, let's say, in the center, and much more the process of collaboration. And we call our Dry Ocean sees itself more like through episodes of meeting, engaging, that through these episodes, our artistic work, let's say, grows. And yes, it's not so much about the end result. And we had the luck to be invited to Madrid also through Deconfining, and were able to work. It was 2 weeks, right, Antonia? Like really concentrated. Yes. Yeah, so everyone came from all over the world where they were. And for 2 weeks, one episode was in Madrid, where during the stay, we created a performance that we then brought also into the streets of Madrid. Exactly.
Great. Thanks a lot, Anna. Elgas, over to you for a small introduction.
Thank you very much, Antonia, and hi everyone in Chemnitz. I'm very happy to be with you. I'm Elgas, I'm from Senegal, but I live in Paris, and I'm a writer, a journalist, and a publisher. I wrote 4 books, traveling diaries on the tradition topic in Senegal, and after an essay on the post-colonial subject, and a novel about love and freedom, and a biography of a famous Senegalese lawyer. So actually, I'm holding a podcast on African history on the French national radio called in France RFI. So that's what I'm doing currently. And the first time I have been in Madrid, I have the great luck because all the team with Antonia invited me for the inaugural conference of the Deconfining project back in September 23. So I had a speech. It was very inspiring to meet a lot of people. And in the video, for example, I saw Ibaku, Senegalese singer, who was with me during this residency. We had a real great time. And I had the luck to come back after, because back in January, I was in Madrid for another residence, this time for my novel, because I'm writing my second novel. So this project is very important for me. I would like to thank all the people involved in Vydia, Antonia, Julia. That was really a great team, and I'm following the project, and that speech was for me an introduction on a topic that will matter in the future coming. So I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm waiting for the question to engage the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Elgas. Annika, over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Annika Tokowski. I'm an art historian and curator based in Berlin. And since 2020, I'm the project director of a project called the Opera Village Africa, Operndorf Afrika, which was founded in 2010 by a German artist, Christoph Schlingensief, who is unfortunately not longer with us. He died shortly after inception of the project in August 2010. And I will start with also a short video, a 3-minute video, to give an impression of the project which is happening in Burkina Faso.
il a expliqué, tout à côté c'est un camp militaire, celui qui assure notre sécurité ici.
Yeah, but new project we are.
L'idée, c'est de faire le guillage comme ça. Juste
I'll try to keep it short. Yeah, so the Opera Village is an interdisciplinary art and culture project. Again, it started in 2010 and it's still ongoing. And was, oops, can I stop this somehow? Pause it? No? Yeah, founded by a German artist, Christoph Schlingensief, again, who died shortly after, but was continued by his collaborators and co-founders, the artist Eino Labyrinth, who's still running the project, and Francis Quéré, very prolific Burkinian architect who built what is built so far and hopefully we'll keep building when we continue our the structure. You can see that it's built a little bit like a snail, which is also our logo, because it's about slow development with time, with the community, with the people that live there, that work there. It's exclusively, Burkinian people that are part of the team, and it's a very complex project. I also brought some little flyers that are laid out on the table over there, and there's also a very comprehensive website, so I'll try to keep it short now, but part of the project is an elementary school for around 300 kids, a little clinic, and also guest houses for artists. Since 2015 we are running an artist residency program that happens once a year for usually between 3 to 4 months, and we invite, also depending on funding, 3 to 4 international artists to come and stay at the Opera Village minimum the 3 months, actually, if the funding allows and if the time allows, because we feel like that is the time you need to really arrive at a place. You know, not to just jump in and do your work and maybe or continue thinking about the topics that you're thinking about, but really arrive at a place and be there first, maybe, and just listen. And take things in to then be able to incorporate them into your art or not. Just take them with you and then go back where you live, where your place of stay is, and have it work there or continue working inside of you. And how we're linked to deconfining is in 2023 and 2024, we were partners of the cultural capital Salzkammergut, Bad Ischl, who was the cultural capital of Europe before Chemnitz. And part of that project was deconfining as well. So the Salzkammergut directly chose us as their direct partners. There were different combinations of project partners throughout Europe and Africa. And we did basically 3 residencies that led to one theater piece that was then established. So it started out in the beginning of 2023 with a author residency, where an Austrian and a Burkinian author met in Salzkammergut for 2 weeks only and worked on 2 texts together that were then later merged. Then at the end of 2023, our residency was the visual arts part. Unfortunately, only one of the 2 artists was able to come to the Opera Village. So we initiated a second part also in Salzkammergut, where they could meet. There's a German artist and an artist from Benin. And then you can see them down there. This all went into a theater piece and a residency, again at the Salzkammergut in Bad Ischl. That went on for 4 weeks, I think, if I remember correctly, and was then presented there for the theater festival, for the big deconfining finale in the Salzkammergut Bad Ischl. And then we were able to invite those artists to come to Burkina Faso and do a presentation in Ouagadougou with our partners Les Recréatrales and at the Opera Village as well. And I think I'll stop there.
Great, thanks a lot, Annika. So now you have an overview, and it's very different, very particular experiences that the 4 have shared with us. But you've heard that all 4 are working with residency programs, and that's where I want to head to a bit, because I think we've been talking during the whole day about intercontinental cultural cooperation, about challenges, about what is important, and I think that there's a very big insect in this room. And I think the residencies in a part respond to a bit what you were just mentioning, time and space. So I think as in any type of cooperation, but maybe in cultural cooperation, and especially in intercontinental cultural cooperation, this becomes even more crucial because, of course, getting to know each other, creating trust, having space also to negotiate differences, misunderstandings, even if conflicts occur, to have a safe space where you can actually address those and where you can, discuss these different points of views is kind of the super basic thing. Another thing that was mentioned also, Marie, you mentioned it, that you don't necessarily impose what will come out of it. Do you need results, or is it really also a matter of giving space to what is not predictable, to all these small things and encounters that can happen and that can create something new, but that you can never plan. So, you know, give space to that, give space for experiment, give space also to fail for things that maybe you want to try, but then they don't work out. I think this is super important and super crucial. But of course, it's not easy to fund. This was also something that Wafa was mentioning, that for the residency programs, actually, when it comes down, when she looked at the mobility that are happening, actually I think the smallest number was really 4 residencies for longer periods to actually stay there, because it's difficult to explain to your funders. It's difficult, of course, if you say that we don't know what will come out of it, you know, you might not really have something, a result or something to show. And then also it's important to give that time and that space, but again, you know, the artists, they don't, you know, they are not maybe in their usual working situation, so they might not, you know, have their salary that they would have if they would have stayed, you know, wherever they're from. So that's also kind of allowing that and giving that privilege is also kind of making sure that, you know, what do they have children? You know, can they, what is about the childcare or whatever? So it's very complex, and it's all of these things that have to be kept in mind when we talk about these residencies and about allowing that space and giving that space. So that's a bit where I would like to head with maybe this first part about your experiences in this intercontinental culture cooperation, especially looking at residencies, looking at the challenges, and about what maybe even in this context of the deconfining project, what worked well, but maybe where you also see that things really were problematic. Lillian, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure.
And please feel free, all of you four, to really react to each other and kind of jump in. You don't, I don't necessarily need to give you all of the floor.
So I'll speak maybe, for me, in the past 4 years of being with, at least with deconfining, there's something that I learned or taught myself and my body to do, and that is to be comfortable in uncertainty. Because either for myself or on behalf of my artists, whenever we are doing these exchanges or engagements, and some of the things that we go through are, of course, and this always happens because you're not always the one holding all the cards. So the decisions are not being made when you are there. First of all, you are almost a victim of a decision made elsewhere. And to some extent, you are invited to participate in this. So the first challenge, and it's and I was saying this to someone just now, for deconfining in particular, it took Carolina coming from Poland to Tanzania for me to even trust deconfining and what they were intending to do. I was not going to, because again, as Nafasa, we have engaged with institutions before that we have maybe gotten into trouble because of hidden agendas and so on and so forth. So for me, I was initially very reluctant to take part as an institution and as an individual. And Carolina, of course, came and we met. Luckily, the friendship worked, because it's more of a friendship than a working partnership. The friendship worked, so we started to think about what we could do with the artists to come. And the first thing that I encountered with this process was me going to Poland to do the launch of the project, where, again, it took Carolina emailing the consular in Tanzania to tell them that, could you please give her an appointment for visa? Which Carolina knew them, so okay, good for me. But the one question that I always find was strange at that time was the question from the consulate asking if I was an important person. If I was important enough. And it's good that they asked Carolina and not me, because if they had asked me, I would have never gotten that visa. In short, yeah, I think I'm important enough, if you know, to do this, because my work requires me to do that, to travel and to be able to find opportunities for my artists. But also just on the visa issue, which is already a problem we've spoken so much about, I've just realized that now, when I was coming here, I've realized all the airline staff, security staff at the airlines, all work for, in one way or another, they work for the system, for the Schengen visa system. Because every checkpoint I went, from the time I was being checked in to the final security check before I left Tanzania, every single point I was being asked, where's your visa? And this is, I'm in Tanzania. So the lady at the check-in first went, I cannot check you in because I cannot find your visa information. Can you please show me your visa? I showed it to her. And then she said, please wait over there. Right? So I waited for like an hour and had to phone Milena and have all this hoo-ha about them not being able to enter my visa details into the system, da-da-da-da. And then we finished that. And then I went upstairs where you do your final screening, security, and the guy, of course, at immigration, they ask you for it. And the guy at security asking for it. And then I get to Addis Ababa, they ask for it. I'm like, guys, I would not have left my country. And then I get to Istanbul, they ask for it. I'm like, guys, surely. All this way. So this is what I'm saying when I say I am learning to be uncomfortable in uncertainty, in a sense that I'm in a space where at any time things could change. At any time, this privilege or whatnot we've been allowed to do can be revoked. The reason I showed that video is from November last year, so this is our highlight from our biannual symposium. It's called Ku-Atenga. And it's an international convening of cultural practitioners, artists from across Africa and Europe. And last year one was meant to be at the beginning of November, where I also had invited my Shaping Crossroads fellows and also the confining team from Poland, that we would have had another moment of meeting. But I think 2 days before, it was October 29th, the election in Tanzania. If you follow the news, which became a 7-day lockdown, and we couldn't do this. And bear in mind, this is people's money that have invested in tickets and visas and accommodation, right? So abruptly I had to cancel and move it, which meant all my partners from Europe could not come. So on one way, there's a visa problem and all this accessibility and funding and issues, but also on the continent there are many, many, many other challenges that affect artists, right? At Nafasi there are other things we can talk about later that we have to do pre-artists arriving, international artists arriving to Tanzania, which are required by law, if I want to still operate there. So for me, this idea of being comfortable in being uncertain kind of follows me around and sometimes stops or makes me want to make decisions that are not necessarily what I would do, because sometimes I'm just tired. Where must I fight? Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Anna, I think you talked and thought a lot about the way, let's say, to formulate the context of your cooperation since the beginning. So I think that's also how we then thought that it was very natural and organic to kind of include Dry Ocean into deconfining, because I think there were very parallel thoughts. Maybe you can share a bit of those and how it really started, also this cooperation that you had.
Yeah. I think there are some, I can really connect to what you just said, because Dry Ocean also, let's say, gave birth from a friendship, let's say. So some of us artists met between Dakar and Berlin and really felt the strong necessity that we want to exchange more, not only as friends, but also artistically. And it was a big challenge at the beginning, so it was completely self-organized. And at some point we noticed that actually that was so important for Dry Ocean, that we were not part of an institution, that we were not part of some public funding or a residency, because we started to apply to actually be able to meet and to start working. But what was asked already for us was not what we wanted, because how can we tell to a funding system, we want to try to establish an exchange where we learn and unlearn from each other, where each individual artist comes with their practice. So we actually, the most important thing was that there cannot be an end result from our episodes of actually coming together. So at the beginning, we just started to organize our meetings by ourselves, which was very, very challenging. And also we had a lot of visa issues and etc. But we just continued and continued. And at some point we were also stuck in Senegal for 2 months almost because of COVID. So we were there in Senegal and we just started working. And at the end, these material that developed through our time, just really living together and being together and exchanging, step by step became own artworks. And then we had suddenly the possibility to also, now we showed a performance in the Neue Nationalgalerie in Berlin. So suddenly out of this friendship, out of this exchange, actually things could evolve and grow very naturally. That we found was very, very difficult for us to, to enter through these like funding system. So back then, because I was working already with the Goethe-Institut on other projects, I told Antonia and Deconfining about Dry Ocean, and that we are like really fighting to get space, to be together, to ask questions, without needing to fulfill a certain role of this transcultural exchange, and that we want to face the unknown together, which brings insecurities, not only also with their own cultural backgrounds, way of working, like a painter working with a musician, with a dancer, with a writer. So each of us having different practices and cultural and backgrounds. So it was very, very important for us then having the possibility in Madrid to actually have the funding to get visa for everyone, to come together, etc. And I would like to connect to this, like who's giving money to for what, and also who gets a visa for what is actually what is influencing the most our collective.
Elgas, you just mentioned you then later you participated in one of the conferences and then you came back. You asked whether you could stay a bit. We have these residency apartments in the Goethe-Institut, which is really nice because like that we can just give them to people if they need it. I guess we were very happy that you came back and that you used that space, even though it wasn't for 3 months. It was only for a week, I think, or 2. But even that, I think, sometimes is very crucial and very helpful to have that space. If you want to reflect a bit on that.
Yes, of course. I was waiting for the question, but yes, it was for me a great opportunity. You talk, Antonia, about space, about time. I think I can add freedom, and yes, to write you need to have a free mind. I'm doing a lot of stuff actually on the radio, on the editing front. I'm publishing a lot of books, so when I write novel, I need lot of space and lot of calmness and lot of freedom. So when I asked, it was desperate, and your answer was great. And then I have a great time in Madrid. I remember the first residency. It was very short. It was like 3 days, And during my opening conference, I talked about the confining resentment. I think I was listening the panelists with a lot of praise and admiration because when we write, we are not a team, a collective dynamic. So we are like alone. so it was very inspiring to hear about the problematic of the visa, the problematic of circulating, and the aspect of the north and the south. That's in the heart of what I write. But for me, in the other aspect, writing, it was crucial to have this moment with me, trying to finalize a book that will come out in the near future. So yes, I was very happy to have this kind of time, because it was for me like decisive, you know, to try to put out the last touches of this book. So you finally, Madrid will be linked by some way with this book, because I'm going to give a metaphor maybe. Madrid helped me to give birth to this book. So I'm very happy, and thank you for that opportunity, and may some other artists have this kind of opportunity.
Annika, your residencies are a bit more serious, let's say, because they're longer. But indeed, as you were saying, a lot depends on funding. So you of course need to ensure that the artists can actually stay all of that time there. But then, of course, in 3 months, I imagine that, like you were saying, you need the time to actually arrive, to understand the place. So it's a different kind of relation that they have and they develop to the actual space.
Yeah. Also another question. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, for our case, we started the program in 2015, but from year to year we have to find funding from different sources, be it embassies, where the artists that we want to invite or that contact us and that are chosen in the end. Since 2020, we have a curator, Akimbola Akimbi, a Nigerian photographer and curator, who's been doing the selection process with us. But be it embassies or for the past year and hopefully, I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully for the next 2 years it will be the German Foreign Ministry, for example, funding it, but also only under special conditions in terms of understanding. And I think we talked about this before. What is a residency? And somebody made this suggestion in one of the groups that we were sitting together, that there's a how do you say, a process for scientists, for example, when it comes to visa, or when it comes to describing what they're doing and why they do need to do research. And I think for many people that is like very, not for everybody, but I think for most people, and especially embassies or ministries, it's very like, oh yeah, okay, they're scientists, so of course they have to do their research and maybe travel to somewhere to conduct it. But the same goes for artists, and that's something that I think we need to also think about, or in terms of take seriously in terms of teaching maybe to people that are outside of the cultural sphere, or see themselves as outside of it. I mean, nobody's really outside of it, if we're honest. But yeah, and so it's a little bit also yeah, dealing with the uncertainty, or to also reduce the personal stress that artists have, and maybe institutions that are trying to make this exchange possible and really fighting for it, to make it happen, to give artists these opportunities and these spaces and the time, but also. What Okona said before, seeing it as a, I don't know how you phrased it, like as a, as your right, or you didn't say it, yeah, I don't know how you said it, like entitlement, exactly, thank you. Yeah, also coming with a little bit more of entitlement, and I think that's what, for example, deconfining also taught us. It was like a 2-year process, and it went in both directions. So getting visas, for example, for the European artists that we invited to Burkina Faso was actually almost more difficult than the other way around. Yeah, and so there's a need, I think, on both sides to really, try to get an understanding, or foster an understanding of what cultural and artistic practice is, and what it means, and why it's important, and what it entails also. Yeah, and I think in our case, because our program has been running for 11 years now, luckily, we are at this point, at least on the level of Burkina Faso and Germany, really, to have an understanding from the people that potentially fund these projects and these exchanges, to really be there and understand, what the meaning is, and why it's important to continue doing that, because in some cases culture is the only, or sometimes, looks like the only way left to really have dialogues and understandings.
I think just as an addition to you speaking about institutions or embassies and these guys knowing about what the artistic practice is, also of the opinion or thinking that the organizers and hosts of these residencies have to invest time in and care in knowing where they are inviting people from, what are their points of departure. It's very different. For example, at Nafasi, the way our residency program works, all international artists are supposed to come and they fund themselves. We give them the space and the network of local artists. And Tanzanian artists are then supported by Nafasi to come and experience a residency, and 9 out of 10 times for the first time in their artistic career, they are coming to actually a residency space, and we teach them what that is like, what that's like, what they should expect, what they can and cannot do, or what they can, how to shape the projects, and so on and so forth. We don't always force an outcome, although there is a checklist, I must say, because one of my checklists is output and outcomes. But when we do international exchanges, it's really important for me that the host institution, particularly if you're from a different culture, to learn what that other side is coming from. And this could be in many ways. For artists, it could be understanding that maybe in that side, they don't have such an education system or formal arts education like we don't have in Tanzania. So majority of the artists you're going to meet are self-taught, or are alternatively educated, maybe through the academy or elsewhere, or technical college. So they may not even understand what you're trying to get them to do. Again, language is an issue. I know that firsthand for my artists. Lots of my artists are very scared to travel because of language barrier. Not only English, but then when you start saying you have to speak Dutch and French and they will not even apply for anything. Or if you apply on their behalf, they will ask if you're coming with them. Yeah, so I think it's and on the other side, and this is is, I'm picking on Felix, food is different, you know. It's also a way to, a ritual that to engage with people when you host and care for them. So learning these tiny things would kind of help make the cooperations and exchanges a little bit lighter, a little bit better, a little bit friendlier. So for me, I also put the work a little bit on the host institutions, NAFAS included, that we learn what the other side is like, where they're coming from, what they practice, how they work, so that these exchanges are meaningful. Yeah.
I have more questions, but since we're kind of already running late, I would like to integrate also the public. So if you like, feel free to step in if you want to. Yeah. Should we share our microphones? Malin, here. Yeah, maybe.
Thank you, everyone. This was really interesting and yeah, lovely for me, having worked in the residency space. I just wanted to like say again something you said that gave me goosebumps, because wow, you said you just realized that everybody at every checkpoint works for the system. That sent shivers down my spine, because truly they are enforcers and overseers of, and they take that role very seriously. What a thing. Like the level of normalization of that level of surveillance of certain bodies as they move through space, and policing movement in that sense, that it's something that an entire society and an ecosystem of travel has bought into, and it goes unquestioned. True.
Just to add to that, sorry, I just ate something. Just to add to that is what always strikes me and frustrates me so much also is that all those people who are surveilling us and policing us are us. They all look like us, and I think that's a greater level of violence that I think goes unnoticed and unspoken about, is that we've gotten to a point beyond just being in prison, but but not just being in prisons, but being imprisoned by our own people and bodies that look exactly like us. And I wonder to what level there is an awareness on that systematic kind of surveillance and yeah. So thank you for speaking that. Thank you for speaking it, because it is a frustration, and it's a frustration that often one swallows, because we say, oh, but it's a job, or it's not their fault, and there's excuses that we lay out for it.
There was another question just.
I just wanted to add to that, because we are working for the European Capital of Culture Legacy of Bad Ischl Salzkammergut, and I very well remember when Sidiki Yukbare and Timo Strutzenberger were working on their texts in 2023, and we're, so to say, on the other side, because we hosted all these residencies in our region. On top, it is a really rural region in Austria, like the first ever having a European Capital of Culture year. We don't have a tertiary school, so we don't have a university, for example. But we have a vibrant cultural sector and a lot of makers and some studios around the region where regional artists in our places hosted international artists. And this experience, especially of a periphery or a region in the periphery of Europe, because even though we are located in Central Europe, it's very rural and it's the countryside, so it's considered the periphery. And these narratives of the periphery, hosting international artists, considering themselves sometimes as well from narratives from the periphery, was really enriching. So the backgrounds are totally different, obviously, And it's much easier to move around Europe or globally for artists coming from our region. But there is this barrier, this self-restriction kind of. Or at least I interpreted it like this: the artists in our region consider themselves as, I don't know, minor sometimes to artists contributing to a urban environment. And this is the narrative that came up during these residencies, like finding themselves in narratives of the periphery, and which can contribute, I think, to a discourse that we have to face now, because obviously because of AI, because of our technical methods, because of mobility or enhanced mobility possibilities, it gets more and more accessible for people considering themselves as in the periphery to get a spotlight. And I think through artist residencies, it's just a perfect method to open up yourself, open up your region, and inviting in other perspectives. So to, work it through together and show all the difficulties and all the perspectives we have all around the globe.
There's another question or reaction.
Thank you. My name is Ada. I wanted to... so I have some experience also with art residencies. I've been Cité Internationale des Arts in Paris, in Berlin. I've self-organized in South Africa residency. And I see, so first is a comment, I guess, in the question. I see that there is a better, it seems, infrastructure, or the system of residencies, it seems to me, is developed better or serves better visual artists and literature workers. And it seems like it was originally kind of designed that way, because it's a studio, it's this lonely experience of not being able to concentrate on your work, which is absolutely doesn't serve performing artists, or really rarely maybe the ones who are writing, but for other stages you still, even when you write, for example, I need also some sort of reading and some kind of audience to understand how to continue. So I found it also interesting. So there is less, it seems there's less infrastructure for performing arts, because there's more people need to be there. There might be extra room needs to be there for rehearsals and equipment and stuff like that. So how do you deal with that? And second, I guess, or do you agree on, it's my own kind of theory around it. And the second question is, I understood from your presentation that how you deal with who is invited and on which conditions, which is very clear. But I wonder also maybe if you could both share about the Goethe-Institut in Madrid and Opera in Burkina, Opera Village, about like the process of like who is getting this, like how do you define even like group of artists who will benefit from these residencies? Thank you.
Go ahead, Annika.
So since 2020, we have a curator, again, Akimboda Akimbi. He's also an artist from Nigeria, based in Berlin, also a curator. And we met through mutual circles in that sense, and started this collaboration or exchange. And until now, basically, let's say, stuck with it, because the exchange was so fruitful, of him suggesting, because he travels very widely around the globe. He's part of a lot of residencies, or not residencies, exhibitions and biennials. So he meets a lot of people, a lot more than we do from Berlin. And so there's one point. He meets young artists and tells them about the program, and if they're interested, they apply in the widest sense. We don't have a submission form or anything, a procedure developed, and we never wanted that, and we will never have that, I think, unless it's maybe asked and linked to a funding. So I never say never, but because the idea is that these things naturally develop. First, you have to establish a program, and it takes some time to be known and to artists know that it exists. But yeah, we've been active now for 11 years with the program, and more we get like international artists who hear from their peers or see it somewhere. Published or stumble upon our website, or Instagram, of course, is also a big source, and then approach us, or we find them. Again, there's no real application procedure. It's more choosing artists that, because our residency is open for all disciplines. Like visual arts disciplines, mostly, and choosing the artists for one particular year that, could benefit from each other, if you can say it like that, So because there's also no rule in that sense that they have to work together, but rarely have I met an artist who is not interested in other artists and practices, and just naturally goes into an exchange of some sort, even if it's just conversations in the evening together, because they live in that spot. So our only, let's say, rule is that while they're in Burkina Faso, they have to stay at the Opera Village, because that's where the residency is happening. A presentation, if something is developed, can be organized, and is often organized in Ouagadougou as well, or partly, and then we often have a second part of the residency which happens outside of Burkina Faso. Maybe you saw it on one of the pictures. So one iteration was in Dakar, because we had a collaboration with a space there. So 2 of the 3 artists traveled there to present their works, and stayed for 2 weeks, I think. So I lost track a little bit. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, maybe just very quickly for the Goethe-Institut Madrid, we have been experimenting a bit with different formats. So in the case of deconfining, I think there were all invitations that we kind of made to artists. But then, because we have these spaces at the Institute, so we have some programs that we have with local institutions. So we work with the theater, for example, Teatros del Canal, who have like a production residency, and then we give the apartment, so that the artists actually don't have to use the money that they receive to find an Airbnb in Madrid, and then just use all the money they would get, and again have a problem of how to finance it. So we're kind of the partnering up with the theater and just kind of giving the space for them to live. But then we also, it's a good institute, so we have classrooms, we have a library. So that's also the idea, to just give them and invite them to use the spaces also to meet people, or to do whatever they want to do, like if it's small presentations or something like that. We also have a residency with the Prado and with a small institute that is called Post-Natural Institute. So they also have kind of a training program during the year. They do a lot online, but they have 2 moments also where people actually come to Madrid. And so then at least, again, if they're kind of, within this program with the Goethe-Institut, they have a place to stay. I think what can be interesting, Anna, is because you are from the performing arts, maybe to kind of, and then I guess we have to wrap up, but just maybe a small comment on why you think, but then also I think that's very particular to your practice, because you do a lot of research also, why this format of residency is also important for performing artists.
Oh yeah, very, very important. So I've been a couple of times now in Goethe-Institut Madrid, for example, researching And as you just said, Antonia, there's this collaboration with Theater Canal. So in my case, I was able to, like there was a theoretical research, but then I could every day also bring it into the body. So really to be for 1 month in a place, have the access, as you said, to library, to a dance studio and a living space. And that was also for Dry Ocean. Like the luxury, we have to say, to have a studio, what this person I cannot see just said, like really to work with sound, with body, not to be strict to a table, which is often the problem for performing art, that we don't have enough space to move and, yeah, and to be loud also. So I think especially these residencies that combine that we are living together, you have a studio where you can work physically, but also have enough time to give yourself into a research, you know, like to dig into the place where you are, getting in contact with the society, the culture there. So that was something like very important by deconfining for us in Madrid. Yeah.
Thanks, Anna. And a last word, I know we have to close, but to Annika.
Sorry, yeah, because I got lost a little bit in a long day. Yeah, to the economic side. So again, our funding changes, for example, from year to year, like where it comes from, but it always has to include, and there's no like discussion about it. I mean, we have the space, so we post the infrastructure. You saw what the Opera Village looks like. So there, every artist gets their own guest house. We have one house that is used as a studio. We have a audio recording studio. We have a small library. With African and Afro-diasporic literature in English and then mostly French. But yeah, to be able to do that, you have to have a fee, a monthly fee to live off of. You have to have travel expenses paid. And a small fee for transportation, and then also a per diem. So everything, yeah, that like living costs, you know. So and of course an extra fee for production of any artworks that is like relevant to the place, to Burkina Faso. So before an artist comes to Burkina to do a residency, we talk about, okay, what is the medium they're usually working in? What do they imagine, like without knowing what will happen? What do they imagine they want to do? Maybe they want to explore photography and have not done it before. So there are some things to consider and material things, etc. The same goes for painting or yeah, more going into dance or other disciplines. But yeah, that's something super important. And if any of the things is not covered, then I think we couldn't do it. Like we would also not be able to offer it with good conscience. Like one of the artists, for example, had a child that she had to bring along, and yeah, there's like certain situations in life that you have to consider, and if that's not a given, then you cannot really do it, and keep fighting to find funding and the possibility to make it happen.
Thanks a lot to all of you for your testimonies, for sharing your experiences. I think the format of residencies is indeed a very important one, which allows, I think, for a lot of liberty and a lot of opportunity. But indeed, I think there is, I'm thinking about the ordinary, I think for once we have to teach funders and explain and keep on explaining why it's important and why it's important to give that space without necessarily knowing what is coming out. But at the same time, I think we also, indeed, the hosting places have to be ready and have to know that this also includes a learning process on their side. And this is something that also needs to be taken into account, even budget-wise, time-wise, energy-wise, staff-wise. So it's not automatic, and it's it's, let's say, it's fragile. So it's something, and I think it's also interesting, but maybe that's something we can talk about tomorrow. Because you've also been experiencing digital residencies. So also tomorrow more, please enjoy the night, which will be a bit cooler, I think, hopefully. And then, yeah, very, very much looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thanks a lot, Anna and Elgas.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very important panel. And yes, indeed, we have time tomorrow to dive deeper into these topics. And Lilian, you will be there as well with the Shaping Crossroads people, because we have tomorrow just a very short outlook. And first, thank you that you stayed so long. You're very brave. And yeah, we meet tomorrow, and we have two highlights. The Shaping Crossroads people going to offer us a quite interactive participatory format. So really, it's worth to come back. And we have a very important closing panel with Vydia, Tamby, Samba, Yonga, and Sylvia Ammann. And Sylvia brought in a very important Arni toolkit, how to shape intercontinental collaborations. And Vydia and Samba wrote and also designed together with Sarah an intercontinental governance model, how to do exactly these kind of cooperation in the future. So it's going to be also an outlook for the future of these deconfining connections we built and how we can continue with that. So see you tomorrow and enjoy the evening in Chemnitz. Thank you for that day.
Just one thing, if a glass is next to you or something, maybe you can bring it with you.